Welcome to Tabletop Gaming Guild Show. Today on Tabletop Gaming Guild Show, we are with some of the official play testers from Fantasia Games that are going to teach us and show us quite a bit here about their upcoming fulfillment that recently kickstarted successfully of Unconscious Minds. So today, John and I have Dale and Ricardo here going to show us the ins and outs of how to play and some of the nuances with this game. So we'll kick it over to you guys here, and we are running this on a Twitch live feed, which will have some people watching live. So if you have any questions, I have it there. Just drop them into the chat and we'll bring it up as they go if you see something you have a question about.
Okay.
All right.
Well,
yeah. So I guess kind of the first thing we got coming up here is the players we want to play with here. I don't know if there's any difference between them.
My plan would be to effectively do the teach first and then actually do the play second. Or we could effectively do the play while we teach. So it's really up to you. How do you want to go?
Oh, yeah, those are just kind of more for the setup here. So
it's essential. We can set it up and then reload it eventually. So,
yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, we'll go and just set up 4-player then, and then
pretty
reset.
much.
All right. All right, and we got.
Yeah. So everyone can take a color and see it. It's easier than to actually allow to point at everything. And
yeah, I gotta get my color changed here. Why? Oh, no, I don't want to be gray spectator.
Well, if you're a gray spectator, won't be a problem because we'll reload it for actual
there
play.
we go. I couldn't see the brown player color for some reason. There we go.
Yeah, it's a bit off the way.
There we go.
So let's start the teach. Okay, first a bit of the theme. Essentially, Unconscious Mind deals with the early 1900s, where Sigmund Freud is essentially developing what we now know of psychoanalysis, essentially the study of the human subconscious through analysis of dreams. He and his supporters would meet every Wednesday, so we kind of did this one day after, but, well, it is what it is. But every Wednesday, they would gather in Freud's home, drink a lot of coffee, eat a lot of lovely cake, and discuss their latest breakthroughs in their field. And could I just suggest to whoever is actually hosting the game to actually put into third-person camera and pan around the room? Because the room was impeccably modeled by the folks over at Overboard Games. I mean, it's a really great rendition of what I would assume is Freud's home. We actually have a bust of Freud there. So, good work.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Yeah, usually you don't get quite that much detail.
But it is a lovely amount of detail, isn't it?
I'm thoroughly impressed with that.
Nice. Okay. So we can restore the third-person camera. So, and just press space. It would reset the camera.
Yep.
Hey, good. Okay. So in Unconscious Mind, we will be playing as one of 4 key contemporaries. From blue and then going clockwise, we have Carl Jung, Margaret Hilferding, Alfred Adler, and Sabine Spielrein. And also there are many characters from that time period in the game. We actually have a rendition of Franz Kafka, so for reference. And, well, we will be competing with one another, trying to do our best to further the field of psychology, psychoanalysis, trying to treat clients and get a better understanding of their dreams. So that is the theme of Unconscious Mind. Now, theme having been explained, let's go over the actual game itself, how it works, everything else. Before actually explaining the three main actions of the game, I would like to actually explain a bit of the setup. So the rulebook does explain the setup in probably a bit more detail than what I'm going to say. This is more so that I introduce the several components that make up the game. So the first thing you're going to do while setting up the game is to set up the city map, which is this thing over here. It represents Vienna in the 1900s, and it is essentially composed of three districts, the green, the purple, and the red, each with and the city is composed of 6 locations. We have the theater, the library, opera house, art house, a museum or university, and we have the coffee shop, where Freud gets his lovely coffee. Furthermore, at the setup, we do have to place these bonus tiles here on each corresponding spot, with the tiles showing the reputation points on the top. We will also place our victory point markers over here and the reputation trackers over here. Freud will be in a random spot in one of the 6 locations in the city. The way we actually do this in real life is with the location gold tiles. There are 6 of those. We will essentially shuffle them, pick one at random, and whichever one ends up being the one picked will indicate where Freud starts. Moving on to the meeting table. Essentially, this table, but here. These are the notebook tile objects. Essentially, our main way of getting resources, one of our engines. And I will go into more detail later. The important thing to understand is that we essentially start with a certain number of tiles, and when we actually do the setup, essentially we place the tiles, we flip them over and shift them to the right. Moving on here to the top, where we have both the dream display and the client's display. These are latent dreams, essentially the deepest and most hard-to-reach parts of a client's subconscious. Here we have the manifest dreams, essentially the reason why the clients actually go and seek out your expertise. They represent the things that are troubling them in the moment. Here we have the routine clients. Essentially, they are clients that will give an ongoing benefit throughout the rest of the game, as long as you manage to treat them and remove the grief layers, which represent their traumas, their fears, their insecurity. These ones are case study clients. Essentially, they represent in-game scoring objectives. They will give you in-game points according to their specific criteria. Moving on to here. Here we have the research cards, which for the sake of convenience, I'm probably going to call them newspapers, because they are effectively newspapers. You essentially shuffle the whole deck and then draw 2 cards here to form a common market. Lastly, we have here the treatises, which I'll probably refer to as books. It doesn't really matter how they are organized. There's no specific reason. You can acquire the treatises or books in any way you see fit. I'll explain later. And you can probably in real life actually have them stacked, because as you've seen from the mod, Unconscious Mind is a pretty table hog, so it will take up some space. Moving on to the actual player board. So, the player board is composed of some different elements. On top, we have the heart-shaped box marker. We can use heart-shaped boxes to heal our clients in some specific ways, which again I will cover later. We have our coffee marker. Coffee is one of the most versatile resources here on the game, and you can use it to perform a variety of effects. We have here our idea reserve. We start with 3 unlocked ideas, and you can think of ideas as essentially meeples in action placement games. We will be placing ideas in the meeting table to perform a series of actions. Furthermore, we also start out with 3 locked ideas. We will be able to unlock them through movement of the ink pot over here. This is where we place our notebook items, which I've alluded to earlier. And we also have insights. We start out with 6 player-colored insights on these locations, which we will have to unlock. And we also have 7 neutral insights over here. These are essentially our main resources, what we will use to treat our clients. And speaking of clients, let me just get a client and matching dreams. So as part of the initial setup, you will get a set of starting notebook tiles according to this card that you draw at the start. In this case, I will draw the alpha set of tiles, which are located here on the mod. Okay. So these tiles will say what is your starting resources, your starting location, and they will also allow you to have an initial rather strong and powerful ability that you can use when you actually place the tile into your player board. As for the client, let me just draft one over here. Yeah, sure. Let me just draw a specific card. Okay. So when you draft the client, you'll adjust the therapy marker over to the correct spot and also gain the amount of points indicated below. You will you'll draw first the latent dream, and then you will draw from the available manifest dreams, or one from the top of the deck, and you will place the manifest dream on top of the latent dream. So, essentially, insights come in 3 different types. We have purple insights, which represent freedom, red ones, which represent passion, and green ones, which represent growth. For each of the 3 types of insights, you'll also have a different level to them. We have minor insights, median insights, and major insights, according to if they are on the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd rank. In order to actually heal the dreams, you will have to acquire or promote or do something with the insights such that you will have them. So if I were to heal this dream, I would have to have major growth, a medium passion, and a minor passion. Healing the dream would lower the therapy marker and get me one step closer to finishing healing my client.
And quick question on that. So paying to do the healing, it has to be exactly. You can't use a higher level one to pay for a.
You can overpay.
Okay.
I will explain this in more detail. So this is just a cursory view into the components of the game. And the reason I do this is just because unconscious mind has a lot of moving parts. It's a lot of minor complexities and a lot of stuff to get inside one's head before everything actually starts making sense. I will explain everything, and most likely the game will only make sense once I finish the whole explanation. So it is at this point where I usually say that if you have any questions, feel free to interrupt. Okay, this was more or less the initial setup of the game. I will now try and explain all the major and minor actions that you can do. So, essentially, I do apologize. I forgot one thing, one minor thing.
Oh.
We do essentially have to decide who is the first player. You can decide by whichever by whichever method you want. And essentially, the first player, which let's say it's Carl Young, will get 4 coffee. The second player will get 5 coffee. The third player will get 4 coffee and a bright idea, which are really useful, which again I will cover later. And the last player will get 5 coffee and a bright idea. Okay. Moving on to the actual explanation of the game. So, in your turn, you can do one of 3 main things. You can state ideas, you can recall ideas, and you can treat clients. Let's start out with stating ideas. And I will be using a Pink's board just for ease. So, stating ideas essentially mean that you pick 1 or 2 of your ideas here on the reserve, and you place them on any free spot on the meeting table. So, by placing them on a specific spot and also pointing them at a specific action, you are doing that specific action 1 or 2 times according to the amount of ideas you are placing there. All actions on the meeting table are capped at 2. So you cannot, for instance, place a third idea to actually do the specific action 3 times. Furthermore, by pointing at this specific location, it means that until you actually recall your ideas, you cannot do this action again. So this thing would not be allowed. Okay, so moving on with the actual actions in the meeting table. First off, we have the top 3 actions over here, which are essentially the way you can get notebook tiles. Essentially, this action over here, which I will just flip, will allow you, for every idea you place, to spend 1 coffee and get 1 of these 2 tiles. Essentially, what you do is pick up a tile, let's say this one, and place it on your player board. The rules for placement are relatively simple. You have to place the tile on the leftmost free spot in whichever row you decide to place, meaning I can place this in any of the 3 locations I just pointed at. Let's say I place it here. So I can still do a second action here, so I will have to spend the coffee, and I can pick from the same pile I just picked or from the other one. So it doesn't really matter. Sometimes it's useful because you actually see what was below the tile you just got. Maybe it's something better. Who knows? Let's say I pick this one and place it here. By finishing a column, I managed to unlock my player color insight, which I place in the center of the dial, and I can use it as soon as I unlock the column. Meaning, if this specific tile had need for or use for a specific insight, I could use the insight I just locked.
All right. Okay. So one question I do have here.
Good.
Between the two different stacks here, is there any, does like one stack lean towards, certain kind of actions and the other one different ones, or?
Okay. So in general, the tiles do similar things. They don't differ that much. They sometimes focus more towards a specific set of actions than the other one does, but they are generally equivalent. There's no better stack, so to speak.
Okay.
The top stack tends to be more. Tends to be more like generation of insights, whereas the bottom one tends to be more conversion, like pay this to get this, just a little bit more complexity.
Okay.
And when you took them, you could have taken them from, either of the two instead of the top of the stack, I assume?
Thanks for pointing that out. So if you do this specific action, you can only take those from this specific column. Same goes for this and for this. If you do this, you can only do from here, and if you do this, you can only take from here. Now, there are subtle differences between this action and this one, which I will get to now. So if I were to place my ideas here, I would have to spend 2 coffee to get one of these 2 tiles, but as second I place the tiles, I will be able to do the action on the right. The action, in this case, is a location activation throughout the tags. Currently, doesn't make a lot of sense. Let's just say by doing this, I'm able to do this effect once. Let's say I'm going to buy this tile and place it again on a valid location. The second I actually place and buy and do everything, this tile gets flipped, signifying that I've already performed the effect on the banner, and the tile gets refilled automatically, which means I can actually buy this tile if I so wanted to, which I will do just for the sake of it. The tile market gets refilled once again. Finally, we have here this specific spot. You spent 3 coffee, but not only can you do the action on the right side of the tile, you'll also be able to do the action on the left, and you can do it in either order you want. You can do the left side first or the right side first. It's up to you. I will say, usually the tiles are balanced in a way such that the right side pays for the left. Giving an example, if I am going to pay 3 coffee to get this tile and place it, let's not place it here, let's place it here instead. I will unlock this this insight, and I will get 2 minor groves, which I will do. Next, I can spend 1 minor grove and also a suppression, which I'll explain a bit further on, to get a major insight of any type. So let's do that. Let's say I get the major passion. And this tile gets flipped. So This is refilled, and I could have purchased another one if I so wanted and had the resources. There are a bit more of a nuance to this, but if we do get to it in play, we will talk about it. So these are the get notebook tile actions that fully explained. Everything okay?
Yep.
Good. Just one more thing before I move on to the other actions. Notice how I actually placed this in a specific location, both to access the action that I wanted, but both because it allows me to move my inkpot exactly 2 spaces, which happens after doing the action on the meeting table. So I would move my inkpot 2 spaces and 2 spaces exactly because I placed my ideas here. And then I would be able to perform all the actions that were here. I will get into more detail probably once I finish all of the actions. But do bear in mind that the player boards and the notebook tiles are possibly the main way, or one of the main ways, you can actually generate resources that you can then use to heal your clients. Okay, moving on over to the meeting table. So we have here these 2 actions. The one on the bottom is rather straightforward. For every idea you place, you generate 1 of each minor insight, meaning if I were to place an idea over there, I would generate a minor growth, a minor freedom, and a minor passion. Straightforward. The one above allows you to do 2 elevations and a transference. And now I have to explain what elevation and transfers is. So, elevation is essentially the act of increasing the value of an insight. You can turn a minor insight into a median into a growth. Crucially, you cannot convert one of your insights here on the center to a minor. You actually have to generate that specific insight throughout the symbols that might appear on certain effects. Transference simply means that you move the insight from one side to another without actually changing the level, meaning I could transfer this major growth into a major freedom or a major passion. Finally, we have suppression, indicated by here, this red arrow pointing down. Suppression is the opposite of an elevation. It's usually a cost for some things, and like I said, opposite of elevation. You can turn a major into a median into a minor, and crucially, you can turn a minor into nothing. So it can go back into the center. And now I will point towards this corner right here on the player board. So at any point in your turn, you can use 2 coffee to do an elevation or a transference. You can also pay 3 coffee to get a bright idea. And you can also pay 1 coffee to avoid having to suppress an insight. These are 3 actions that you can take at any point in your turn. You can also, it's quite useful to actually do them when you expect to get coffee from a certain action and you would overflow, for instance. Okay, so these are these 2 actions explained. And also the insights and how transference, suppression, elevation works. Now, moving on to the city map, which are these 2 actions right here. So, the top action essentially allows you to move your meeple 1 or 2 spaces clockwise or move to Freud. And at this point, I'm just going to populate the actual city board with our meeples, just because it will be easier to explain everything. Now, let's see. Yeah, okay, this is good. Actually, yeah, let's do this. So, if I am placing one or two ideas here, I can do one or the other, or both, depending on what I want. So, let's start out with move 2 spaces. Like I said, you can move up to 2 spaces clockwise, which means if I were to do, let's say I start here, I could move either to the coffee shop or to the theater. I could also move to Freud, which means I would move over here. After moving to a location, you can then get the benefits from that location according to either the amount of people that are in a specific location or to the amount of tags of that specific location you actually have. Let's exemplify. So once again, let's say I'm at the museum. I'm going to move to Freud. So I move to Freud. And also, now that I am actually moving to Freud, just a quick aside, if I am already at Freud's location, I'm not able to move back into Freud a second time. I actually have to move at least one space, effectively. Okay, so there are 4 people here on my location. So I can do any combination of 4 of these actions. I can get a minor insight, get coffee, or convert a median growth into a heart-shaped box. The maximum amount of activations you can do at any city location is 5, meaning that if for some reason we had 6 people there, which is kind of possible with a module, if we get time, we can cover it. But in effect, I can take, as this is, any combination of the 4. I can take 4 coffee, I could take 4 minor growths, I could take 2 minor growths to coffee, 1 minor growth, 1 coffee, and I could convert 2 median growths into hot boxes, whatever. Okay. Let's say I want to go here. So I would only get 1 single activation because I'm just there. Let's say that I had already played a couple of newspaper cards that had that specific tag. And I'm just taking these straight from the deck to exemplify. Let's say Pink had already played these 3 cards. So, although Pink is alone on the city map, she has 1, 2, 3, 4 opera tags, which means she could activate the opera house 4 times. Finally, if you are doing a city activation, anything in the city, you can spend a bright idea to get 2 activations. Let's say Pink only had 3 opera tags. She could spend a bright idea, if she had, to get the full 5 activation. Let's also say that she had no cards. She was all alone. She could spend, in effect, 2 bright ideas to actually get the full 5 activation. Okay, that is essentially move up to 2 spaces, move to Freud. The one below, the action below, is move Freud up to 3 spaces. It essentially works the same way as our own movement sprite still has to move clockwise, and in all effects he works just the same as our meeple. He either considers the people in the location or the tags you have. So this is effectively the city location actions. Everything clear so far?
Yep, pretty straightforward so far.
Yep.
Okay. Moving on to the last two actions on the meeting table. So this one allows you to draw a research card, which again I will refer to as a newspaper card. When you draw a research card, you draw it into your hand. It's secret, but the players don't have to know what you have. For the sake of the teach, I will show what I will actually draw. So yeah, I'm gonna reshuffle this just for sake. Okay, I reshuffled. Okay, this is what I drew. So whenever you draw a newspaper card, you can take any card from your hand. So let's say my hand was like so, and exchange any card in your hand with one of the two in the market. Let's say I draw this card, and I really don't need this card because I already have this one. I'm probably more interested in the tags. So I can exchange this, or even I could exchange this if I didn't care about the color of the card and grab this one instead, even though this was the card that I just drew. Speaking of the research cards, let me just explain them a bit more in detail. So research cards essentially have three different things in them. They have a volume color. So we have red, we have purple, we have green. This is relevant for when we actually publish the actual books, the treatises. They also can have tags, which, as we've seen, are really important for the city location actions. And they might also have an instant benefit that you get when you actually play the cards in the table, which is the next action I'm going to explain. So the one on the center allows you to do one of two different things. You can either play two cards from your hand. So let's say I play these two cards. I would get a Major Passion and 3 elevations. And I could essentially take advantage of that the second I play the cards. The second action is publishing a treatise. And there are two ways in which you can publish a treatise. Let's go over them. To start with, you have to have an unlocked player colored insight in your reserve or anywhere here, so it cannot be one of those that are locked. Secondly, you have to have the cards that you want to use for the specific treatise you're trying to publish. Let's say I want to try and publish this one. So, first things first, I need the first card, which is a red volume, in a plate. Then I have to have all of these cards and arrange them by the order in which they are shown. So in this case, starting from right to left, we have this one, this one, this one, and this. Do note that I'm actually hiding the tags that some of the cards are actually showing. So I will be losing these tags if I actually place and do the treatise as is. So you kind of want to use cards that don't have any tags to publish a book. However, sometimes using the cards you have, even if they have tags, can be the better choice. So you arrange the research cards like so. You place the book on top. you place your player-colored insight on this space over here, and you will score 12 points and have access to the 2 tags that the book provides. This is one of the 2 ways you can publish a book. Let's say that it is the blue player's turn, and the blue player has been a bit lazy, shall we say, with publishing stuff. He does have a player-colored insight, and crucially, he does have 1 card already played. So, if Blue were to publish a book, so he would place his idea pointing there, he could try and publish this book right here. And he can do that by citing other players' volumes. How does citing work? So, as I stated, you need to have a free player-colored insight, and you also have to have the first card to actually play the specific treatise. However, you can get any combination of the other 2 cards from other players' volumes, etc. So in this case, the blue player will actually take the 2 cards he needs from the pink player. The pink player doesn't actually lose anything because these cards were already used. So he will essentially pick the purple one and the green one. When you actually pick the cards, you have to pick them from the right side to the left. So I can't just pick a card that I want from the middle of the stack and say, I want this card. No, I actually have to start in the correct order, meaning that if I only need the green one, I had to have a way to take the purple one before. But in this case, I can actually take both of the cards because I will be using them in the book. When I pick the cards, I can then rearrange them in the order that I need to publish the book. In this case, the cards were like so, but I actually need them like so. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to rearrange them, place the book on top, place the player-colored insight, and get 10 points. However, the pink player, because her volumes were cited, will get 2 points and a bright idea for every volume that was cited. In this case, she would get 4 points and 2 bright ideas. And these are effectively all of the actions on the meeting table. Everything cool so far?
Quick question there. When you are taking the colored insight, can it be from anywhere on the insight board, or does it have to be in the central spot?
It can be from anywhere on the insight board. You kind of don't want to use something you've already spent a bit of effort into promoting and generating, but if the need arises, you can obviously use it. You just wasted a bit of effort, but you can use it.
Now, when you're citing works, can you cite multiple works, or do you can only cite one work?
So you can cite from multiple works, but you can only cite the cards you actually need. So if I'm not using the red ones, I can't actually cite them. Furthermore, you cannot cite from yourself. You can only cite from other players, but you can cite from multiple books. They can come from various players or just from one. Before moving on to the next major action, I will just want to further explain the inkpot mechanic that I sort of covered in brief detail earlier. So, the inkpot will start in the beginning of the game on this specific spot. When you place your ideas and perform the action, you will then have to move the inkpot the exact number of spaces that are shown on the right of the meeting table. If I were to do this action, I would move my inkpot 3 spaces. 1, 2, 3. These 3 spots essentially allow you to trigger all of the effects on the corresponding row at any order you want. So if I was to move here, shall we say, I would get a minor growth. I could convert a median of any type into a heart-shaped box, convert a coffee into a major freedom, and convert a minor growth and suppress an insight to get a major insight of any type, and I would also get an elevation. And I could do this in any order I wanted, which sometimes can be crucial to getting the stuff you need. If I were to move the inkpot to here, I would trigger the reputation track, which leads us to the city map over here. So this is the reputation track. Triggering the reputation track means essentially you get the benefits on the top side of the track in which your tracker is pointing to. In this case, I would get 1 point and 2 coffee, and it also means that you will get the benefits from the place where Freud is pointing or to the left of where Freud is pointing. As it stands, you would either get a bright idea or play a newspaper card from your hand. If Freud was, for instance, here, you could choose from any of these 4 rewards. And this brings me to the next point, which is, what is reputation? How do you get it? Why is it important? Well, reputation points are essentially the way in which the game advances. The game will end the second Freud's marker steps over this line over here. When that happens, the player that actually triggers it will get 3 points, and everyone will play until it reaches the first player. When that happens, everyone will play an extra round, and then we will move on to endgame scoring. So, how do you actually get reputation points? Well, there are 4 different sources of reputation points. The first one, we've actually seen at the start of the explanation, are these 3 bonus tiles over here. When you actually do a recall ideas main action, you will be able to pick on the top tile of these stacks and place them on either a location or on the district bonus. And if you do place them, you will get not only the benefit that you're covering, but if it has the reputation symbol, you'll also get a reputation point. When you get the reputation point, you will both move Freud's tracker as your own. If any tracker passes through these lines over here, Freud's meeple will move clockwise 1 space. So if pink were to get a second reputation point, Freud's marker would move, pink would move, and because both pink and Freud's marker pass through these lines, Freud, the meeple, will move 2 spaces. Let's say blue gets a reputation point. So blue and Freud's marker move. Freud, the meeple, will move once. This is one of the 4 main ways to get reputation. The second main way is essentially the district scoring bonuses. If you manage to have 6 of a specific type of tag and manage to score on these 3 locations, you will get a reputation point. The third way to get reputation points is in the player board. Essentially, if you manage to fill the player board with all techniques, all notebook tiles, you will get a reputation point. Finally, the fourth and possibly the most important source of reputation points are the location gold tiles. Essentially, these represent what I would argue being mid-game goals that you are trying to get. So this one is awarded to the player that first heals 3 routine clients. He will get a reputation point, and he will also get the tile which has 2 specific tags of a specific location. That can be really important when you try to do a lot of stuff. This tile will be awarded to the player that actually unlocks his third idea first. This one is awarded to the player that manages to complete his second column. And I would argue these 3 tiles are the tiles we'll be racing at the start of the game. So there is a bit of a race element in Unconscious Mind, because we will be competing either directly or indirectly for these 3 specific goals. We then have these 3 tiles, which I would argue come a bit later than these 3. Essentially, this one is awarded to the player that actually heals 2 case study clients, the ones that give in-game scoring. This one is awarded to the player that manages to publish the second treatise. And this one is awarded to the player that actually manages to claim 2 district bonuses. Finally, we have here this tile, which is awarded to the player that actually heals 5 different clients. This tile is a bit different from the others because it contains a wild tag, which, as the name shows, it is a wild tag. You can use it as if it were any other tag in the game.
Does that include for in-game scoring as well, for doing the locations?
Correct.
I assume you only get to use it once, though.
Yeah. Essentially, if you have multiple in-game scoring clients that all require a specific tag, you will just pinpoint the tag you want this to be, and that's done. Although by that time, if you actually have this, you really have a good game. So 5 clients on a game can be really hard to get. Okay, that is how reputation points are gained. Now moving back into the player board to actually explain the last space in the player board. So when you pass the ink pot from here to here, doesn't matter if you actually stop here or keep going, you will unlock one of your ideas. And as we've discussed, the first player to actually unlock all 3 will get the specific location gold tile. Furthermore, this specific spot will allow you to do a column activation. Essentially, if you're here, you can pick from any of your unlocked columns, meaning those that have an unlocked idea on top, and do all of the actions that are here in a similar way that you did here. The difference being that below, you actually have a wild minor, wild median, and wild major. So the rewards do get progressively better as long as you do. So if I were to land here, currently I could do all of the stuff here, but I would not be able to do anything here. If I were to do a second lap and reach here, unlock this idea, I would have my choice of either this column or this one. And this is effectively all I have to say about the ink. No, it's not. I keep forgetting stuff. My apologies. A thing I actually didn't mention, and it is relatively important, is bright ideas. I did cover them a bit on the city, but I do think this is the correct time to say what you can do with bright ideas. So, bright ideas have three main uses. The first one is in the city, which essentially can empower your action by 2 if you spend them. The second use for bright ideas is essentially the ability to modify the movement of your inkpot by plus or minus 1, depending on the amount of bright ideas you want to spend. Let's say I am here and I'm moving the inkpot 3 spaces, but I kind of don't want to move the inkpot 3 spaces. I kind of want to move it 5 to actually trigger a reputation track bonus. So I can just spend 2 bright ideas and the inkpot will move 5 times. Opposite to that, I can use bright ideas to actually lower the amount of movement the inkpot will move. So once again, let's assume I'm here, I will move the inkpot 3 spaces. I can spend 2 bright ideas to actually lower the amount by 2, meaning I would move here and trigger all the effects in the road. You can spend as many bright ideas you want and have to modify the movement of the inkpot. The only thing you cannot do is move the inkpot 0. You always have to move the inkpot at least 1 space. And to not confuse, you cannot go backwards. All movement is clockwise. Okay, that is everything on the player board. Oh no, my apologies. I'm a bit forgetful today.
There's quite a bit going on, so.
Like I said at the start, it's a game with a lot of moving pieces. The last thing bright ideas are good for, and that's why they are bright, is that they can serve as a replacement for your ideas. So let's say I have one idea. Save the game. It's breaking up.
Oh.
Yep, we timed out.
All right.
Technical difficulties. Please hold.
Yeah. I still see 3 people in.
They will disconnect shortly. When you have the actual room, do say.
I think we're still good. It might have just been you.
Huh.
Yeah, I think it was just you.
Okay.
Yeah, go and try reconnecting.
Shall I continue with the bright ideas until you are back?
I'm connecting. As long as I've connected. No idea what happened. My apologies. My internet's usually good. We did have a thunderstorm earlier today, so.
Yeah, and you know what? Comcast has been doing a lot of work in the area around here too, so who knows.
Okay, when in doubt, blame Comcast.
I mean,
okay.
Okay,
I'm kidding.
They deserve it.
I'm kidding. I'm sure they're lovely people. The company, on the other hand. Okay, moving on. Okay, essentially, you can use bright ideas as a substitute for your own ideas. You kind of use it when you, let's say, your second round, you will usually only have one of your ideas available, so you kind of want to use your bright idea, if you have it, to actually do 2 actions at a single turn. Because Unconscious Mind is a game that's mostly about optimizing everything you can do. If you do more things on a single turn, you will get a better outcome. So this is one of the things you can do. You can place a bright idea on top of the idea you are placing. After performing the action, the bright idea will go back into reserve. The second thing you can do is essentially just play 2 bright ideas and play them as if it were your own. At the end of the action, the bright ideas will go back into the reserve. Same sort of restrictions will apply, meaning that if I am pointing here, I cannot place bright ideas and do the same action. However, it does open up the possibility that because they will be removed at the end of the action, in a following turn, you can actually place ideas there and redo the action without actually having to recall. So it's a bit of a strategy, this. But I do believe that's everything regarding bright ideas. So to recap, city actions, inkpot movements, and replacement for your own ideas. Okay. I believe that is everything. With regards to the actual player board, the inkpot movement, and effectively the meeting table state ideas main action. Moving on to the treat client action. So instead of actually stating ideas, you can treat a client or clients, depending on how many you have. The logic I've actually explained in setup is that you have to have the insights you need to heal the top dream card. So in this case, I would spend a major growth, median passion, minor passion, and I would lower the therapy tracker 3 spaces down and get 3 points. So I would mark the 3 points in the victory track over here. And I would also move the therapy tracker 3 spaces down. 1, 2, 3. This space over here is the catharsis. Essentially, the client gets a revelation and he gets rid of whatever is tormenting him. You will get the benefits that are on the top left corner, meaning a bright idea and 2 coffee. Furthermore, because it's your first client, you will unlock your second office space. Essentially, you are getting more renowned and people do want to come into your office to help them with their troubles. Also, any client that has unlocked his grief will also have his ongoing effects active. So, not sure if it will show up in the stream, but the grief players do have a strike through over the active effects of the client. In this case, once you achieve catharsis, the grief player gets removed, and from this point onwards until the end of the game, you will have access to the client's special abilities and tags if he has any. Let's say in the following turn, actually, no, let's actually draft a client just so we can understand how to do so. So moving on to the client display. We have a choice of 4 different clients. As stated previously, these 2 more towards the earlier game because they have ongoing benefits. So their actual usefulness will decrease the longer the game goes on. These 2 are the in-game scoring clients. You kind of want to get them at the mid-game of the game towards, because you kind of want to get in-game points at that point in the game. You will pick one of the clients you have shown. Let's say I'm going to pick this one. I draw a latent card, a latent dream card from the deck, from the top of the deck, which can help me choose according to the dreams. I apologize. I'm getting a bit of a lag. It can help you choose the actual card you want to pick, depending on the elements of the card. I'm going to pick this one because of a thing I'm going to explain in a sec. I am getting a bit of a lag.
Yeah, so your ping spike in there pretty good. It's kind of.
let me just unload the Twitch stream I had in the background. Maybe that is the reason.
Yeah.
Maybe. At any rate, whenever you draft a client, a new one comes immediately to replace from the appropriate deck. You'll also place one of the grief layers contained here. Okay, you will place your client on the available spot on your office, along with the dreams you drew, and you'll adjust the therapy marker to the correct spot. So in this case, I would get 1 point because the client has 6 hearts. That's all these hearts are good for. From that point onward, it doesn't matter if the grief layer gets removed. The client will still have all the hearts he has here. So from that point onwards, this heart is everything that matters. Also, if I were to have, let's say, an 8-heart client, I would get 3 points. If I was then able to heal him, I would also get the 2 and the 1 if I passed or stopped in those specific locations. Okay, let's say we pass over a few turns. I get the necessary insights to actually heal both dreams of the clients. So let's just do that. Okay, so when you have 2 clients, you can decide whichever order you want to do them. You will always heal one dream per client, meaning I cannot heal both of this client's dreams at the same time. Let's start out with this client over here. So, in order to heal this dream, I have to have a median passion and 2 minor growths. However, I am kind of storing this one for this one right here, so I will overspend this major as a median and just use that instead. So minor, 2 hearts on the therapy tracker, and I can draw and play a newspaper card, which at this point, let's just say that. The dream gets removed, and you will note that this client is still not healed because the dreams the client had did not have enough hearts on its own to actually heal the client. So what to do? Let's heal the other client such that I can actually show something. So to heal this client, I need a major growth and a median passion. I will heal 2 hearts, get a bright idea, and just showing something here. So you'll note that some dream cards have a couple of symbols on the top right of the card. If those symbols match those on the grief layer, you will get a heart-shaped box, regardless of whether you actually manage to clear the grief. So in this case, I will get a heart-shaped box, which I will mark here on the player board. So heart-shaped boxes are essentially the way you can heal clients such as this that don't have the necessary hearts in the dream to actually able to heal them. You can only use heart-shaped boxes at the end of your turn, and crucially, you cannot use them in clients you have just drafted. So in this case, not a problem, but let's say I was to heal this guy, and a new one would show up. I could not use heart-shaped boxes on that specific client I just drafted. Afterwards, it's fine. And also, you can use heart-shaped boxes in any of your turns. It does not have to be a treat client's action. So you can actually get a lot of versatility with the heart-shaped boxes. So how do you actually get heart-shaped boxes? One of them is through symbol matching with the grief players, as I've explained. Another one, which I will just point out here on the office because it's there, although it's a really awful conversion, you can, at any point in your turn, convert a major, a median, and a minor into a heart box. Once again, I will remind, this is a really awful conversion, but sometimes you just have those available resources that you can't use anywhere else, and you really need a heart box. You can also get heart boxes from notebook tiles. You can get them from 3 specific locations in the city: the library, the coffee shop, and the art house, essentially by converting a median of that district's color into a heart box. And you'll also be able to get some heart boxes through claiming district location bonus. Also, let's say this was like so. If I were to heal this ring using the appropriate insights, I would get 1 heart. Also, the grief layer would be removed because effectively the client had the catharsis. And the other 2 hearts would overflow into the heart-shaped box tracker. If by any reason you are full on heart-shaped boxes and would get more, each one would win you 2 points instead. When you heal a client by any means, so let's say I managed to heal the stream, and at the end of my turn I would spend a heart box to heal the last point here in the therapy, the client will effectively go into the top of your player board and they will score you the points that they have. So 10 and 10. And you would draft new clients to keep your office filled. Any questions?
Yeah, so was it specifically an action to acquire more patients?
No.
Or was that just a free thing when you have an opening in your office?
Whenever you have an open space in your office, you have to draft new clients. You have to get new clients into your office every time your office has an empty opening. And when you do get the clients, you also have to get the accompanying dreams. First the latent one, and then the manifest one. Okay. The final main action of the game is essentially the ability to recall ideas. So first things first, the most obvious. You cannot recall ideas if you have none in the meeting board. So Pink would not be able to recall ideas. So let's assume the following scenario takes place. So let's say Pink is going to recall ideas. So Pink will first off get coffee for every different location in which Pink has ideas. In this case, Pink would get free coffee, even though Pink has a total of 4 ideas in the meeting table. Because what matters here is the locations where the actual ideas are. So Pink would get free coffee. And actually, because Pink has 4 coffee, she could spend free coffee before to actually get the bright idea, which would then refill back to 4. Then we look at the actual city board. You can do one of 2 things while recalling. You can take a location bonus or a district bonus. Location bonus is relatively simple, and I'm just going to move Pink's meeple over here to exemplify. You pick one of the top tiles of the district in which you're in or where Freud is, and get one of the 3 bonus available in your location or Freud's location. So I could, as is, get this and place it on one of these three benefits, getting the benefit. Or I could instead go where Freud is and get the same thing. Sometimes it's useful because the benefits here obviously don't match these ones here. And the benefits are sort of ordered in a way that the top one is usually the better one. So there is a bit of a race for those benefits. The second thing you can do is the district scoring, this track right here. So first of all, you do have to have a player color inside of the specific color. Secondly, you have to have tags that match the specific location. So in this case, I could actually claim the district scoring bonus for the purple district. Freud, you can claim the district scoring bonus from either Freud's location or your location, the same as the location bonus. So in this case, I would place my play color inside here. I would place the tile over here. I would get one heart-shaped box, and I could move my input up to 2 spaces. And that is it. If, for instance, let me just be blue for a sec. Let's say blue also has 4 tags and is recalling. But because I'm already there, blue will have to settle for less if he is willing to go to get a district scoring. So in this case, he would have to have a freed player colored inside. He would just get the free. Okay. Those are effectively all the main actions of the game. You can state ideas, you can treat clients, and you can recall ideas. The game will effectively go around until such time as Freud's tracker, due to how we move with the reputation tracker, moves here, and then everyone will play until it reaches the first player's turn. When that happens, this will flip the first player marker, and everyone will play an extra turn. Then we move on to in-game scoring. So let's just do a couple of things here. Okay. The first thing we look in in-game scoring is essentially the position on the track. So pink would get 6 points, blue and brown would get 4, and yellow would get 2. Then we would look at the relative position in the track. The first player would earn 2 points for every published treatise and healed client. The second player would get just 1 point. In this case, the second player is the blue player because he got there first. So it doesn't matter who's on top. What matters is who came first, and blue came first. Then we look at the city itself. And for this, I am going to populate it with a bit more of player-colored insights.
Yeah, I was actually going to the question I was going to ask is if you could claim multiple in one.
You can. In one go? No, but
no, not in one go, but
in one game, you can. You can, if you have the time and resources to do so, you can, and it is a way to get points, as I'm going to cover right now. So, yeah, good question. Okay, let's assume we have the following scenario. Yellow does not get any points from the city because yellow does not have any player-colored insights in the city. Brown will get 4 points because brown does have 1 player-colored insight in the city. Blue will also get 4 points, because although he has 2, he has them on the same district. Pink will get 10 points because they are in different districts. So essentially what you're scoring here is play-colored insights in different districts. Okay, moving on to the player board. Essentially, you will count your resources and everything else. So for every heart-shaped box, you still have 2 points. For every bright idea, 1 point. And you will also be able to convert all the coffee you have into bright ideas. So if coffee was like so at the end of the game, you would just convert it into a bright idea. Next, you would look at how many rows did you manage to unlock. So if this was like so, you would have unlocked 2 rows, which means you would have gained 5 points. Then we would look at the different types of tags you have collected. It doesn't matter if you have 2, 3, or 5 of the same tag. What matters is difference. So in this case, with all the stuff Pink has on top, Pink has 1, 2, 3, 4 different tags. So Pink would get 6 points. If she would get all 6 different tags, she would get 15 points. Finally, we look at the endgame clients and see how much they would score. Just as a quick aside, all in-game clients have a cap on their power, meaning they will only score up to a certain amount. But they will usually score not only 12 or 15 points if you manage to get all of the criteria, but they usually have a pretty bigger score than the routine clients, usually 10 or 12, as opposed to 8 or 10 for the routine clients. Whoever has most points at the end of the game will win, and ties are broken by reputation, if I'm not mistaken. And that is Unconscious Mind, the game. I hope you have enjoyed, and I'm sure there are many questions, so feel free to ask.
All right. Yes, I do have one, and that is kind of going over the multiple ways you can get the bonus tiles, and just kind of, because I feel that's kind of a little important. So there's the districts that you can score whenever you are doing your break.
Yeah.
And that's not, I'm trying to figure out the other ways of getting those tiles.
So the only way you can get the tiles is through recall. Literally, the second thing you do after getting the coffee for the locations is pick a tile from the location where you're in, where Freud is, and essentially decide if you want to place it on location or if you have the resources to do on the district.
Okay.
So usually what you are going to do is simply place it on the location to get the bonus, because at the start of the game, it's really unlikely that you will have any of the required tags to actually go for the district bonus. Later on in the game, that will be a thing you will be able to do.
All right. I think I got most of the other questions that I had. We've kind of gone over as we went through it.
One I have is, as you're filling your columns and your rows on your player board, once you fill that location, is that location forever that action, or is there anything that I didn't notice you mentioned, anything that could replace said tile?
Good question. I didn't mention it because it's a bit of an edge case. So, like I said, not going to cover really everything, but since you brought it up, might as well explain it a bit further. So, nothing stops you from essentially placing a notebook tile on top of another one you've already placed. You can actually replace one of the starting notebook tiles, it's fine. So, and nothing stops you from replacing the same one again and again. It's not necessarily the best thing you could do, but it is a thing you can do. And since we're on subject, the final column does have a bit of a restriction with placement, which is you have to have healed a certain number of clients before actually being able to place one tile over there. So for the first tile you place on the last column, you don't actually have any restrictions. You can just place it. On the second one, you have to have placed one client. On the second one, on the last one, you actually have to have healed two clients. It's a way to prevent players from just getting techniques early without actually having done any work on clients.
Yeah, that feels like that. Was that a relatively newer rule?
It was. The way notebooks have evolved, they have evolved dramatically because the flow of the game from a year ago to today has changed substantially. Not only because of the time difference, because we have been refining the formula and finding out ways we can get a consistent game flow, an enjoyable game flow. And this was a result of some testing we actually did. Okay. I believe I've pretty much explained 90% of the game, 95% of the game. Unless you actually want me to cover stuff like modules or the expansion stuff, I believe we can go and play a game.
Yeah, that sounds fine. What do you think, Evan?
Yeah. Usually with the expansions and modules, we don't really jump into those. We'll just cover the base game. I'm sure that's people watching wants to see kind of the flow and how it works, and we can kind of go from there.
Sure.
Yeah, at least probably get it like a few rounds in. All right.
Well, so I would ask that we would reload the actual file because we've pretty much messed it up already.
Yeah. All right.
So at least we're not stuck 10 minutes putting everything back in the box. It's the advantage of DTS.
Yep.
Okay, we can. Yeah, we can start.
Yeah, it spoils you on setting up and cleaning up.
Okay, so we have to decide who's the first player. We can essentially roll a dice. We can also use the cards we have been dealt. Thing we actually do in playtesting is to look at whoever has the alpha card and decide by that he would be the first player. So it's really up to you. Do you want to roll a dice, or do you want to? How do you want to proceed?
Going by the alpha works for me.
Yeah, that works. It's ideal because you have the first player. Then we can kind of watch the flow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The official rule is the last person to make a Freudian slip goes first.
Ah, yes. Yes.
I was wondering
appreciate
if there was,
that.
Yeah.
I have knocked many games and reviews by saying if you don't have some fun way of choosing a first player, shame on you.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Anyway, so everyone will get their specific set of tiles. So I will get the alpha tiles. And we will also get the starting initial resources. So I will get 4 coffee. Bush or PCT will get 5. They will already get the 4 and right idea, and a dark eye will get 5 and a right idea. Correct. Now, in reverse player order, meaning dark eye will start first, he will pick one of the starting clients and also the latent and manifest dream. I will explain what each client's power is. Again, this is a teaching game. He can go a bit slower. So starting from the left to the right, we have this one. Essentially, he will allow you to move your inkpot one step further than usual. All effects are optional. You don't have to use that extra boost if you don't want to, but it is a pretty good boost because it can actually allow you to unlock your ideas faster. The second one, when you recall, you get 2 bright ideas. Relatively straightforward. Bright ideas are useful. All-round good card. This one. When you have a symbol match, meaning with the Manifest Dream and the Grief layer, besides getting the heart-shaped box, you will also generate a major of any type of your choice. This one, when you trigger the reputation track, you will be able to get one of Freud's benefits again. So let's just do an example here on the city. Let's say Freud is here. So I could, if I had that card and that effect, either get 2 techniques, or play 4 newspaper cards, or get a technique and 4 newspaper cards, or even a technique and a bright idea.
A technique and 2 newspaper cards, that is. You said 4.
I said 2 techniques, or 4, or play 4 cards. Essentially, I could do this twice.
Right.
Maybe I wasn't that clear. My apologies.
Oh, we do have a question in the Twitch channel there.
Hey.
Clumsy Dice asked, is there a way to advance your reputation marker without moving Freud's marker?
No, there is not. It is a necessary requirement. Whenever you get a reputation point, you will move both yours and Freud's marker. It is one of the ways the game will actually advance. And by the way, shout out to my buddy, João Brás. Hi. At least I hope it's him. I know so many people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he did. Looks like he hopped on here to support you.
It is late, so well done.
Oh,
Thanks.
yeah.
Okay. The final client is also relatively straightforward. When you draw a newspaper card, you will get a coffee. So if you actually draw 2 newspaper cards, you will draw 2 coffees. All of the cards are good. Some of them are more situational than others. Let's say this one and this one, because you do have to trigger specific effects. Other than that, all of them are good.
Yeah, and it feels like this one might be a little bit stronger, but then that's why you only get 1 icon instead of 2 then.
Sort of. He is cheaper and he also is easier to heal. So
okay.
There's that.
All right, so I get the first pick here then. All right, this is whenever you draw a newspaper card, you get a coffee?
Yeah, whenever you draw a newspaper card, you get the coffee.
I like getting alternate versions of coffee. We'll go with him. That seems...
Okay. So, you will draw a latent dream card from the top of the deck. You can reveal it, and then you will pick one of
these.
the 4 cards that are available, or you can try your luck on top of the deck.
All right. Yeah, so like the starting one doesn't have like a matching grief icon.
No, it does not. All clients, all starting clients start out with the same grief layer, which is common to all players. Essentially, will be on an even footing.
Okay. All right. Well, All right. Well, this one has less hearts, so we'll go with that one.
Okay.
So I wanna, or yeah, because I mean I have to get at least a 6. I'm not getting the 6 with that guy, so I might as well make him super easy.
So you will have to adjust the tracker to 6.
Oh yeah, it's based off of that. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
the
right.
tracker is based on top of this, not on the actual
Not
dreams you
the
do.
dreams. Yeah.
Yeah. It does mean that you will have to find 2 heart-shaped boxes to actually heal him. And I might also say this is probably not the best thing you could have taken.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. Yeah.
The only
But
reason
you know what?
is that you kind of want to trigger catharsis as fast as possible to unlock your second office space. So if you can
Yeah.
get the card with 3 hearts, that would be best.
Yeah, I'll probably go and go with that. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that part of it. So we'll go.
It's fine. A lot of moving parts.
Yep.
Okay. So because the therapy tracker is at 6, you do start out with 1 point.
Look at you go, John. You're winning.
I'm winning.
You're winning. So just a quick aside, the rulebook has us first drafting clients and then in clockwise order picking the starting notebook tiles. However, for sake of explanation and also because it's easier, you can actually choose them currently. So the logic is either you choose the starting resources you need in order to actually get a heads up with healing the first dream, or you pick them based on the power that they will provide.
And yeah, that was what I was going to do, was getting the head start on that. So I was going to go with this one here, which
So you will get 2 minor passions, 1 minor growth, and 1 minor freedom. You will also start at the coffee shop. So I will just move your meeple over to the coffee shop. Just again, a quick aside. Nothing tells you that you actually have to place this here specifically. It is useful because you will, if you do trigger this row, trigger both effects, and this will feed into this. But nothing stops you from just placing this, shall we say, here. The difference is this doesn't feed into this, but I mean, it is strategic in a way. This
yep,
is
and that's what I was going with. So I was figuring, like, you know what, I'm getting the resource there. Might as well feed the engine.
perfectly fine. These 2 tiles can just be got rid of. It is now Dale's turn to actually draft.
All right, I'll grab the symbol match guy. Grab a latent dream. And because he's at 6, I also score a point. Oh, I'm yellow. Excuse me. And I want 3 hearts on a dream. So I am looking at, wow, they all give points. I'm looking at 2 purple, red, green. Purple and a red. Here we go. And I will start with this one. And I'm all set. You can go ahead.
Right, so that's me. So I think I'm gonna grab this guy here. All right. He starts at 6. think I'm going to take the cats.
Nice.
I mean, yeah, that's reasonable.
When I saw the picture, I had to Snapchat that to my wife upstairs because she loves cats.
I mean, it's clear. Actually, not clear. I think one of them's Napoleon and another one's a scientist. I could be wrong.
I can see that. All right.
And now you have left me with two cards that, although good, I'm not particularly a fan of. I've already done a recall strategy in an earlier game, so I'm actually gonna try and do one that at least works with triggering the reputation bonus. So all of us will actually start out with a point, surprisingly. I will have to draft the card, and yeah, so I will have to find a heart somewhere, but until then, I can just pick one of the cards I have. Let me just check what my tiles. Oh, my tiles are perfect, so I'm just gonna pick this one instead. And yeah, so Dale essentially placed the last card on here. So the last card to be drafted goes back into the deck and is reshuffled.
All right, and you're starting resource there for that's on the right part of this card, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, buddy. Okay.
I see how it is. Everybody's hanging out over there at the opera. What? That's cool. I'm perfectly happy over here at the coffee shop.
No phantoms here. It's perfectly safe.
Okay. Someone missing? Blue. Blue still is.
Oh, yeah.
Believe you start at the library. So.
Nerd.
Okay.
John, your audio is crackling.
How was it?
Yeah, it's a bit crackly. Sort of like it's a fan moving on the backside.
Yeah, that's probably. Yeah,
Probably
you know
it.
what? I can fix that here.
Okay, we still have a small amount of setup to do. If someone could turn on the turns, so options, turns, and you can just put on automatic, it should work. Thank you. It actually makes it easier to pass around the turns. Okay, can I start?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So a lot of stuff I can do, and my main concerns at this moment are getting enough resources to actually start healing this specific client. So a lot of stuff I can do. I can go to the city and try and find out stuff. I could, for instance, move here and then move back to Freud, although as it is, not necessarily the best thing I could do. I could try my luck with newspapers and start building my tag engine. I could always use these actions, which we jokingly call them the forbidden actions. Again, jokingly, because we usually can find better ways to get all of these stuff. I will say, sometimes we have no better choice than to go to those spots. A good opener, at least as far as I'm concerned, is essentially going and getting a notebook tile. So that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to pick my two ideas and going to point them here. I'm actually going to grab this tile right now and get one median freedom. This flips, spend 2 coffee, and a new tile comes. So I'm in a bit of a conundrum, which is this is not necessarily bad, but it also doesn't get me near what I want. I will get this one. So I have to spend 2 coffee, but I will trigger the coffee shop. The coffee shop will give me 1 coffee. This gets refilled, and I will move my ink pot 2 spaces. So 2 spaces. And I will do all the stuff here. Also, by placing this technique over here, I do unlock my first player colored insight. So, I get minor freedom. I can convert that minor freedom into a median, and I can convert any median into a hardship box, which I'm going to do. So I'm going to convert this into a median growth because I actually have a plan. And I'm going to convert this median freedom I got, I believe, from this tile right here into a hardship box, which I will use probably at the end of my turn, if nothing else, because this client, to actually finish healing him, will require 1. Finally, I will use the coffee I actually got from the right side of the card to get a median and a minor passion. I can also elevate something, which will be the median growth I just got into a major. And I have everything I need such that I can heal my first client next turn.
Now, one question I do have here. So the free coffee action that you got, is that just basically saying you only get 1 activation, or does it work like the action does? Like, could you get up to 5 if you have icons or people were there?
You could get up to 5 with the icons, just the icons. So effectively, you look at all the coffee tags you have, and then you add this one. And if memory serves correctly, you could also spend bright ideas. So if I had bright ideas, I could spend those to empower this activation.
All right.
Right, so I guess that leads it up to me then.
Sorry about that.
No, we will figure this out. There's no better way than by doing.
I couldn't agree more.
So looking at it, I feel very similar to what you did. And I feel we are going to go.
I can take care of that.
Oh.
It helps having 90 degrees rotation.
Yep.
So we're going to do that. It's going to cost me 2 coffee. But I'm going to claim that tile to go here. And then I immediately do on.
You effectively do all the stuff that's on the banner side. You flip the tile, and then a new tile gets refilled.
So I'm going to elevate that one.
And I'm just going to add, you are not forced to do any benefit you have. Usually transferences aren't really useful, and so people just ignore them for, I'd say, 90% of the time. They are situationally useful.
I say at this point it doesn't really help me either way, so I'm going to ask if I had to do it. So
You do not.
okay, so I did my elevate. I'll skip the transference. This flips.
And this gets refilled. And if you now want, you can either pick this or this.
Which I think I'm going to take the bottom one.
Makes sense, given the tile you just got.
And I can place it in this tile here.
You can. By placing it there, you immediately unlock this player colored insight, which you can then use.
And then I activate the
museum or university. So even though you're not there, you're still activating it with 1 power. The things you can do in the museum are getting a minor passion, an elevation, or converting a minor passion into a newspaper card.
Okay.
I would say to take the elevation.
That's what I was going to say. Is I'll take the elevation, move that, so I'm 1 step closer to healing this client. Then that flips the card, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
You do have to spend the coffee, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Got the coffee. And that should be it for me then, right?
No, you still have to move the ink pot.
Oh, I forgot about the ink pot. All right.
So
and then I can do these in any order.
Correct. Any order you want. And also, you're not forced to do any of the things that are in the tiles if for some reason you don't want to or can't. Every effect, every benefit is optional. That's the logic.
Okay.
Although I would say that in your case, you can almost certainly do pretty much everything.
I was going to say, we'll start with the very first one. Bring that to there. It'll cost, if I take that away, I get 2 elevations. Which I know I want that for sure.
Okay.
And then
you can always always look at your latent dream and sort of plan ahead for that.
Yep.
You'll need a major growth for that one.
I'm just worried if I take
Although you're already spent. You're already going to need to spend those. So maybe not in this case.
Well, at this point, I would probably use the extra elevation on that.
Mm-hmm.
If
I was thinking
else, because
I can move.
having, you can eventually transfer it or even use it as is. Because the second you actually do this dream, you will unlock a new client, and you'll have more choices for you to use your insights.
And then I also, for the next card, 2, I get 2 there, but 1 I can transfer into that and a coffee.
Correct.
And then I get 1 elevation, which at that point I might as well take
exactly
to that.
Yeah, pretty much. So even though you aren't getting any specific use out of this, you do have them outside of the center, and that's always good because all you need is 2 coffee, and this major can just be a major growth or a major freedom. So you have a lot of versatility with the coffee.
Yeah, and that looks nice for that transference later where I can use it as opposed to when I had it early, it didn't make sense.
So, Dale, I believe it is your turn.
All right. One thing to note quickly, if the camera's still on the blue player's insight disc here, one of the really cool things about the visual design of this, if you ever get confused about the different insights and what level they are, they get more rounded as they elevate. So it starts out as a square and then becomes a hexagon, which is more round than a square, and then finally ends with a full circle. And they also gain color as they elevate. So if you see a symbol and you're not quite sure which level it is, just kind of think about that. Is it well rounded or not? And is it colored or not?
That is very, very ingenious thought process there.
Yes, I've appreciated that. All right. I'm going to try something new this game.
Oh,
really good graphics design on this game. All
True. So my white whale that I've been chasing, as I have never been able to recall in all 3 districts. I don't know if we're going to do a full game tonight or not, but I'm at least going to try and set myself up for that purpose. So I'm grabbing 2 ideas. I'm going to go here and actually I think I'll throw them over here and draw 2 newspaper cards. Oh, excellent. I will throw this one down. And the other one I'll keep. All right. Then I will move my ink pot 4 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4. Activate the reputation track. I will gain 1 point. Get it? There it is. And 2 coffee. And then below Freud, I can play 1 newspaper. And that will be this one. Or I guess they're called
research cards. But
right.
I mean, there's the rule book. There's what players will eventually call them. So
exactly. And then that gets me 1 median freedom. And that completes my turn.
All right. So I had a few ideas what I was going to do, and I think I'm just going to continue on with the one I had, which was I was going to go here as well. And so it's going to get me 2 on there, and I'm going to need to spend 4 coffee. So I'm just going to go ahead and spend that 4 coffee here since I got it.
I will just give a small piece of advice. The actions are in effect atomic. You do them one after the other, and there's a relatively good reason for that. Unfortunately, the tiles sort of don't work, but actually, that does allow me to tell something. You do start out with 5 coffee, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were, you could essentially play 2 ideas pointing at this. And if the first tile you got was this one, the one with the coffee shop, you could then get the coffee you would need for the second activation of that specific action. So by actually using the effects in a good way, you can actually pay for the second tile you're getting. And actually, that might have opened up a new way for you to get tiles. So,
yep, I was still looking at like kind of this one here. It felt kind of like a good way of getting a free medium. So that's the one I was shooting for.
Well, if you do get this one and get the coffee, this one will go to here. So that's something that will happen.
It's true. Yeah, and the second one I didn't have as clear of an idea of what I was going to snag. So, yeah, do you want? We'll go with that. That works for me.
Okay.
All right.
Also, is that the specific spot where you want to place? Again, because of the movement of the ink bots.
Yep,
Okay.
that
Okay.
is the specific spot I wanted to go for that.
Okay.
Because
Good.
I was going to line up my third row there, so then that way I could get a
Okay.
double active, get an activation of it next turn was the idea at least.
Okay.
So yeah. So all right. So I went ahead and spent my 2 coffee, or I guess 3 coffee now.
Yep. So yeah.
And oh, I get both of. I forgot. Yeah, you get both of them. That's the other good thing is you get
Yeah.
both halves as an
Good.
instant. Yeah.
Things I will remember things in the tiles are worked out in a way that the right side pays for the left, but nothing stops you from already using the stuff you already have to pay for the stuff on the left.
Yep.
Which I would argue it is probably a better thing in this position because with the coffee you'll get from the coffee shop, instead of spending it on the left effect, you can spend it to get the second technique.
Yep. All right. So yeah, I'm going to take this one and we're going to go ahead and drop it here. All right. So it doesn't really matter for the order in this one. So I'm going to take the coffee and then activate the left side. I'm going to yeah, we'll go ahead and drop one of my minor passions to then get a medium and increase my
It's not a medium, it's a minor.
oh, it's a minor. Yep. I don't know why I was thinking it was medium.
Well, there are some that give medium, and you
Yep.
will look at one before, so maybe that was the confusion.
Yep. I think I was just kind of getting ahead of myself on something. Oh, yeah, I was thinking about this one here. That's what it was.
Okay, I will refill. And
All
now
right.
you can get one or the other. I would probably assume the one on the top as well.
Yep, I'm going for the one on the top as well there. All right. And executing the left-hand side will drop that down and then get me the medium passion I was thinking I was getting there.
Okay.
Although that's
Would
not
it
really
makes
more sense to get yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you do have the ability to go into the opera house, which would get you an elevation.
Yep. And that one then was going to go here.
Also, because you placed your third technique, you do unlock that player code.
Yep.
This flips, and now you move your ink pot one space.
And I get 1 growth on that.
Yeah. Not the most remarkable of row activations, but you are building up to something as you told.
All right. And then
It's okay. John's just a hack of a therapist. It's fine.
I mean, it's fine. It's the first game. A lot of the mechanics, a lot of the efficiency, a lot of the optimization will only be understood when you actually play this for a couple of times.
This
So,
definitely has a feel of a game of the more you play it, the more of the nuances you learn. And
yeah.
Yep.
Again,
And
I didn't cover every nuance that is in the game. You can look it up in the rulebook. I just covered the things that I would assume would be the most relevant. So, yeah. Again, if those stuffs do end up coming, if those stuff end up coming, I will make a note of it. So,
all right, but yeah, that's it for me then.
okay.
Yeah, because I do have the bright idea, but I don't think I want to spend that at the moment. So
Okay, so can you pass over the turn to me?
Oh, yep.
No problem. So, as I suggested, I am going to heal my client. I could also do other stuff, but the thing is, I don't have any bright ideas. The only thing I have is one, and doing just a single action with one idea is not the most efficient way to use my resources, because turns are a resource. So healing a client will actually provide me with stuff I will need. So in this case, major growth, minor freedom, 3 hearts, and I will trigger catharsis. So first things first, the bright idea I get from the tree, which I can place on top of her head because, well, cartoons do teach us that light bulbs go on top of people's heads. Okay, moving on. I do trigger the effects of catharsis, which means I will get another bright idea and 2 coffee. And because I managed to clear the starting grief layer, I will unlock my second office space, which means at the end of my turn, I will draft a new card. So I will effectively use the hardship box right now at the end of the turn because I can't do anything else on this specific client. I actually have to, otherwise I won't be able to heal him a future turn. But now comes a moment of decision. So usually, as I've said, you kind of want to go for these clients first, these routine clients, if nothing else, because their effects are ongoing. So the earlier you get them, the more use you get from them. I could be a bit of an interesting player and actually start out with just the ongoing clients. The case study clients that just give in-game points and forego any ongoing benefit. It is a strategy that could work. So, how should I play it? I leave it up to you. Should I be a wild maniac and start out with these, or should I be a more regular guy and do this?
I say go for it. Go crazy.
I like that thought. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pick this one. So 3 points for every type 1 notebook tile I'll get. And I'm going to get this. And I'm going to get this as well. And that's that. I will arrange this when I effectively do stuff. So it is up to you.
Okay.
I will also get 2 points out of the therapy card, so from 1 to 3.
Well, my turn's going to be semi-similar because I set myself up to heal, so it would be silly not to heal. So we're going to heal this, so it is costing this, and that, which is the 3, and it clears this.
You will get 3 points, which I'll mark in the score. So from 1 to 4.
I will get 2 coffee and a bright idea. And then I have these permanent effects ongoing now.
Yeah.
This goes away. So
you will have access to the 2 art gallery tanks, and also whenever you move your ink pot, you can move it an extra step,
which will be helpful down the road. Then I need a new client.
So the effects on the clients, which I forgot to mention. So starting from the left, going to the right, this one. Whenever you try to publish a treatise, instead of that, you can draw and play a newspaper card. This one allows you to, at any point in your turn, without any cost, transfer minors. So you can transfer a minor passion to a minor freedom or to a minor growth. These ones are essentially 3 points for every green tag, 3 points for every purple tag, up to a maximum of 15. My advice is pick the routine clients.
Yeah, I am not as bold. I do like the fact that I can move stuff around, so flexibility is good. All right, so I get this automatically. And
Don't forget to set the number of hearts for your new
Yeah,
patients.
I will take care of that.
Oh.
So you do start out with 5. Quick note, the client you have has a grief layer that has the wave symbol, which means if you got this or this card, you would get a heart-shaped box you could then use either on that specific client or on any others.
I was looking at this one since I have the red already kind of
Okay.
in that area, so it makes sense to me. And I think that's it for me, right?
I believe so.
All right. Operation Recall is proceeding nicely. Next step, and I almost forgot one of the things I need to do to have a recall, but I'm catching it here. Changing my plan from what I was thinking about doing. I'm going to put an idea there and a bright idea, pointing at this action here. So the first thing I will do is, where did my 2 coffee come from? Oh, from my recall last turn, or not recall, from reputation track.
Reputation track.
Okay, so I'm going to spend 3 coffee and grab this tile and put it up here, and that will trigger both sides. So I gain a median growth, and then spend it immediately to draw a newspaper and play 1.
So
Raw.
instead of actually placing his notebook tiles on the same row, what Dale is doing is probably placing them on the same column, because he has set up everything such that when he moves the inkpot, he will actually unlock an idea and trigger that column. At least that's what I assume you are going to do. So
that is the plan. Okay. So now let's see. I drew. Oh, I did not play. But first, I'm going to swap this one out for this card in the market, and then I will play this one. Gives me 2 minor growth. Freedom. Sorry. All right. That flips. Refill the tiles, and oh boy, I already have 2 Opera House tags. So
decision.
I could hit that for 3, right? Because the lightning bolt gives 1 for free.
Correct.
I could activate twice more and turn all of my excess freedom into even more newspapers, or do elevations. I think what I need for my dream again, I need a major passion. My other option is just get a median. Yeah, that's going to be too much. So I think I do this one. So I'm spending 3 more coffee, down to 0. that going to leave me? That might be a problem. We'll see. I'm sure I can work it out. Oh, I get 2 coffee when I hit grief layer, when I heal next turn. I'm good. Okay, 3 more coffee. I'm gonna grab this one. And I'll put that in the bottom row, which unlocks an insight. And then I will trigger the right side first. I'm getting 3 activations at the Opera House. So I could draw some newspapers, I could elevate, I could generate insights, which I definitely don't want to do because I'm already full of freedom. Cue the bald eagle.
I was about to say, can you really have too much freedom?
That's right. I think what I will do is elevate once and then use my remaining 2 activations to trade 2 of those in. Let's see, I'm going to need, oh, no. Elevate twice, this to a major passion. And then just turn in 1 of those, freedom, for a, what's it? Oh, for to draw a newspaper. Research card. Interesting. I will keep it.
Dale, did you trigger both sides of your of the tile?
I'm getting there.
Oh, sorry.
that was my 3 activations of the Opera House. And now I trigger the left side, which is, and that's why I didn't do that second newspaper draw, is because I'm also going to activate this column. So I need quite a few of those freedoms, and I need to save 1. So yeah. That is going to turn in a minor freedom to generate a major freedom. And now I flip. I'm out of coffee. I refill this section, this tile. My bright idea here goes away. And now I move my ink pot 1. Moving 1 space will unlock an idea, like so. And then I can activate this column in any order. So I will, that's a bit of a bummer, but that's okay. I will not be able to activate that top technique, unfortunately. I spent all of my coffee. I probably should have, I need it for my dream? I don't. I should have probably elevated that instead of drawing another newspaper. Because that, never mind. I'm not going to try and max this turn. All right, so yeah, can't activate that. The bottom one I will use, so down here I will use to activate a minor, or gain a minor insight. And then those other 2 techniques, I will spend both of those minors. I need to keep 1. Yep, spend both minors for a bright idea and a major freedom. Major freedom. And that concludes my turn.
All right. So I am going to come right down here and use my bright idea to activate this twice for moving my meeples.
Nice.
So first one is I'm going to go over here and hang out with all you guys. Oh, no.
I mean,
looks
it's
like I crashed the party.
It's a party.
Oh.
We were all drinking something, but it wasn't coffee.
Yeah, we got a little too saucy at the opera, it would seem. All right. So that's going to get me 4 activations there.
Yeah.
Which that's kind of important because I need some resources for things. And also I kind of also want to get cards, but I kind of want to get cards after I wake him up, but oh well, this is the order I had to do things in. All right, so I'm gonna get 1 bump here, and I got 3 more, so I can get elevations as well. I mean, I got everything that I need right now as far as elevations go. But let's take 2 and let's just kind of plan for the future, because if nothing else, I might get some way to transfer. Hmm. So I got 2, then I'll spend 1 and draw 1 card here. And I got 1 more activation. And you want, oh, nope, wrong one there. Let's go ahead and activate that one to there. Or do I want to, no, I want to save that. We'll activate one of these. Why not? All right, there we go. Now I get the second one and I can move up to 2 spaces. So now I leave the party that I crashed. And I get 1 activation, which is going to get me 1 passion that I am needing. And now I get to move my ink blot 2, which then comes and activates my fun time row.
Good name.
So, yep. So I get a passion. Then I spend that passion to get 2 coffee. And then I can drop down 1. Let's go ahead and drop down that one. And I then get minor passion and 1 bump. You want, let's go ahead and bump that one. And then I get to do 1 drop to then get a medium. You know what? I don't know what I'm going to be getting on the next one. So let's just plan for having a lot of stuff all over the place and move from there. And then I get a bump at the end of the row. And I feel pretty good about that. At least I don't know what I'm going to be getting, but I feel like I can handle most things. All right. And that would be my turn then, I think. I don't think there's anything else. I got it all. I got both movements. And I guess we can go ahead and throw that back in there.
Okay, my turn. Well, I do have a bit of a quandary, which is I can always spend my idea plus write 1, which is good to do stuff. And again, my objective is to keep going after clients. Essentially, healing clients is possibly the best way for you to not only get points, but also get reputation points, which gets you tags. So healing clients is the main point generator of the game. However, there are stuff that kind of help, and getting notebook tiles does also help. So I'm really tempted to get both of these, and I kind of want to. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going here to get these. So, the first thing I'm going to do is get the one on the top. So spend 1 coffee to get one on the top. Huh. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to spend the other coffee to get the one on the... Ooh, good decision, because, okay, just remembered, this one will effectively score only those of type 1. So I would be losing a bit if I didn't go for the one on the top. I will say this one does seem like it will benefit me more as it currently stands. So I'm going to get this, even though I do benefit from this. Okay, I do unlock this. And I now have to move my ink box. However, I'm going to use my bright idea to actually move it a third time. Even though I do have this guy, which actually would give me another chance, another bright idea. As it stands, I would get 2 bright ideas out of this specific effect. But instead, I'm just going to spend my bright idea and move my input free spaces. 1, 2, 3. Unlocking my first idea and also doing all of this. So, what to do? Well, first one will be this, and I'm probably going to convert this into a median. Next, I'm going to suppress this median passion to elevate this and also generate a minor. And finally, I'm going to use the median here to draw and play a newspaper card. Ooh. I could get coffee. Tags. One. Decisions. I'm going to exchange this for this, which I am going to play. So, sorry, the mouse is acting up. But yeah, I'm going to play this, 3 elevations. So 2 of them will go over here, and the third one can just go to the passion. I'll then be able to either use it for this dream specifically, or any other thing that catches my fancy. But I do have a plan.
All right. Well, my plan that I was going to do was completely bashed by your placing of so I had to rethink, and it may slightly be inefficient, but it makes a lot of sense to me, and I think I'm going to go for it.
That's what matters, that the moves you make actually make sense to you.
So we're going to go here, and we're only going to use the one idea. So we're going to move my meeple, and we're going to, since there's now a spot to party, we're going to party.
Yep, I was only passing through at that party.
So that gives me 4 of these actions over here.
I'll break out the party cashews.
Woohoo! So I know I need that. And then we'll take a second one there. And then we're going to take a third one, but then we're going to use that to draw a newspaper. Oh, there they are. I like that. So that's my 4 activations in Party Central there. Now I have to move my Inkpot 3. But because of my client, I can move it 4. And if I take my Bright Idea, it will allow me to move it 5, which will allow it to go all the way back around to where it is, allowing me to activate my row again.
And I'll unlock an idea.
and unlock an idea. So it comes there, and then I get this here. I'm going to put this up here, and then we're going to elevate this to here. All right, I will take this, put this back here to make that and get a coffee. And then with my last one, I make 2 of the minor passions, but I only have 1 spot left, so I only make 1, I guess. And then I elevate.
So just quick something. So nothing stops you from taking an insight from anywhere on the board and just placing it on the center, as if you were wasting it or resetting. Not something you'd want to do often, but it's something you could do. Let's say you were generating a major something, but you didn't have any resources, so you could just take this one, go back in the center, and then use it as a major. I don't think
Okay.
it would be your logic, but it can be helpful. So
Okay. Yeah, in this situation, it really does. I'm only making a minor, changing it from purple to red. I don't think is necessarily important for me at this round.
but it could be a thing you could do. That's the point I was trying to
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I will. And then I get the 1 to increase, and I'll increase that to there. And that sets me up nicely for next round.
Speaking of being set up nicely,
Hmm.
I'm about to. I am going to heal. I have everything in order: a major passion, medium freedom, minor freedom, 3 therapy points, and 3 points.
Oh, I was
Alright.
winning.
And then catharsis.
Don't worry. I mean, at the start, it's really usual for plays to be really, really close in terms of points. Later on, when the game actually starts picking up steam, players will be far in between 10, 15 points. We do find that that sort of range is the range at which players are deemed close, because a lot of the effects in the game do give you around 10 to 15 points. So if you're far behind the player, if you are 10 points behind the player, you are quite close, and the same goes for ahead. So just a quick note.
Indeed. And that's all the more I'm doing, so I draft my new client, and I'm done.
You do have to set the therapy tracker.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I also am going to heal, as I have painstakingly got everything set up for that. So
Hey.
I'm going to drop freedom and 2 minor passions, and that's going to heal 3, which is going to remove, and that's going to get me 2 coffees and a bright idea.
Yeah. And it will also remove the card blocking the second office space.
Yep. So I open that up, and let's see, what do we got here? So
Effects. So these 2 remain unchanged. Now, this one, we actually discussed it on the initial draft. If you recall, you get 2 bright ideas.
Yep. And
He is cheap.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm
Just
looking at.
take
These
4
cheap.
hearts to heal.
Yep. That's what I was looking at because I mean, I almost wanted to go big or go home, but I'm kind of like, well, I don't really have any of those icons right now, and that's going to require some building up for that. So, I think we're going to go for cheap. So that's going to be 4, and you get this one. Which, all right, oh, that's neat. And then, all right, which one do we want to go with here? Because I think I already have, he's got an icon, and I got 2 choices for that. And I've got that already. So I
Right.
think that feels good to me there. All right. And yeah, that's it, right? Yeah, no other things combo off of that.
Yeah, that's done. And I will be honest, I'm quite surprised it took 4 rounds until any one of us decided that the best time to recall is now. So that's what I'm gonna do. I don't have enough resources to actually start healing my clients, but I do have a plan with recall. So first things first, I'm gonna get 2 coffee for the 2 different locations where I was with the ideas. So 2 coffee, and then because well, both myself and Freud are on the same party, that means I'm entitled to stuff over here. So I'm going to take this tile and place it over here on the column activation, which means I'll be able to activate everything here. Before that, however, I will get a reputation point, the first one. Woohoo! And both my tracker and Freud's will move, which means Freud, the meeple, will move 1 space. Yeah. So as for the column activation, let's see. I'm probably going to do something similar to what I did previously. Let's start out with this. So, what to do? Okay, so actually start out with this. Minor freedom, turn it into a median, and spend it to get and play a newspaper card. Oh, okay. Interesting. I mean, yeah, it's a good card. I'm going to play it. So essentially, I get a technique tile. So whenever the symbol shows up, you only get a choice from these 2 over here, like shown on the symbol. That is, however, a pretty good card. The thing, yeah, has to be this, even though the bottom effect, I really want it. Yeah, I do have to start thinking about the endgame objective. So, yeah. Okay, that was all of this. The only thing I still haven't done is this. Do I have, if I were to downgrade it, I would upgrade, get minor. If I did this, I would up. Yeah, so I'm going to actually suppress to Oblivion and then generate a growth and elevate this. Okay, so that is my turn.
Question is, what do I want to do?
Now, I know you would get once we get the trauma off of our patient here, we get
Yeah.
access to the special bonus. Do we also get access to the icons then as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Everything that was covered by the grief layer, apart from the points to the bottom left, which you'll get once you actually treat the client, you will get the effects of. And that's valid both for the routine clients as well as the case study clients. Meaning, the second I actually uncover this grief layer, I will get the ability to score my type 1 tiles at the end of the game.
Okay. So even if you don't fully heal the patient, you still unlock the in-game scoring. Okay.
Correct. As long as the grief layer is out, the client will get its effect.
When you're healing a client, could you do both trauma cards or both the dream cards at the same time?
No, just one at a time.
Just one? Okay.
Yeah.
You can do one per client though, correct? Or is it just
correct.
one? Yeah.
Correct. There is a module in one of the things over here that actually does allow you to heal two dreams at the same time. However, that's for another day. It can be really wacky to actually be able to heal 4 dreams on a single turn. Just imagine the amount of stuff that you have to plan. But when you actually do it, the satisfaction.
Now, also the solo play variant.
Yeah.
That I don't remember. At least when I looked at the module here like a year ago.
I don't believe the solo was done by them.
Yeah.
The solo has been added recently. The logic is that, well, he does have a deck of cards that tell him what to do, and otherwise he's just a regular player. He kind of does things a little bit differently than a regular player. But other than that, he does heal clients, perform actions, that sort of thing. And the actual bot itself can be really competitive. So if you do enjoy solo mode, I would encourage you to at least give it a whirl.
Kevin McAllister approved. Let's give it a whirl.
So what are you thinking here, Evan?
I'm trying to figure out my coffee cost if I can do what I want to do. 3, 2.
While you're thinking, Ricardo, I have a quick rules question.
Sure.
See if you remember. My client here, choose a recall bonus from any location. How does that interact with district scoring?
The same. Any location.
So I can district score in any location. I can't like, if I'm gonna district score in purple, I can't grab one of these for the reputation and put it.
No,
in purple,
no,
right?
no. It has to be from the location where the tiles are, but you can recall from wherever.
Cool.
A lot of the effects do tend to be on the permissive side, so they will allow you to do a lot of stuff without a lot of drawbacks.
All right. So I think I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to heal my secondary client here. So I need this and this. This triggers the catharsis. Ah.
Yeah, I lost connectivity there.
I'm still up. No, I'm not.
Oh,
Internet has been quite a thing today.
yes. Let's.
Well, it happens. It happens.
All right, let me all right, so I have autosaves on. I'm not certain which one's the most recent here.
Well,
Oh, there we go. I got my, there we go. It does give me timestamps here.
yeah.
957, 952, 1002. So it did save it just before that, so we're good.
Right.
Hey,
Yeah.
that works. Yay, technology.
All right, let's take a look
Oh,
here.
nice. It was right as I was moving my catharsis card. So that works out.
Lovely.
All right, yep. Table's back up.
Which while it's reloading for everyone, I'll be right back.
Yeah, that was fortuitous. Looks like I have it. It's going every 5 minutes autosave, so shouldn't be too bad.
The advantage of doing an actual teaching play is that, well, turns take a long time. Mostly because I'm actually explaining all the thought process that comes into the actual move. If I wasn't spending my time actually explaining stuff, this would be done much quicker. In real life, the game's sort of made to be about an hour and a half, 2 hours. TTS and the actual explanation play does add a lot of time to it. So, actually, TTS is probably 50% of the time because fiddling around with pieces digitally is much slower than in real life, as I've been told.
Yep. Although you
right.
do save some of that time though in setup, so.
That's true. That is true.
All right, so I was moving my catharsis card. All right, it did get my cost, so I did that. So I get 1 point for clearing it. I get a medium green.
I'll add the point for you. So 4 goes to 5.
And then since I had matching symbols, I get a heart. And then that would be it for me.
Did it not do turns again?
No, unfortunately, turns do get reset. You actually have to re-enable them on option. So
There we go.
All right. Well, this would have been the turn for my master plan, but partly because Ricardo stole the reputation for this
hey,
district, and also partly because I can do something else really cool.
We
And
like cool.
That's right. I'm gonna do it. So my plan's on hold for 1 turn.
Are you going to do a
Everybody
stunt
who was-
then?
Yep. What's that?
You going to do a stunt?
Yes. So look at my yellow insight disc and tell me if you think I can heal both of these dreams. Or either of these dreams.
Well, I know the answer, so
Leading question. All right. So I'm going to do another healing turn. So back to back. First, so again, you can heal your clients in any order. So I'm going to heal this one first. And that will be a major freedom and a median passion. I have no passion, none whatsoever. I'm a passionless person. No longer. I will spend 2 coffee and transfer this major freedom to a major passion. I have lots of passion. Now I will spend. Oh wait,
That's going from 0 to 10 real quick.
right. Does this work?
I think you would
Maybe I can
have
just get 1. Thought I had this planned out, but I think
maybe.
I just heal 1. So maybe I will wait. Because I'm basically I get from the symbol match on this one. I get. No, it does work. It does work. Median, because I get an elevation from this grief layer. 2, perfect. It works. It's even cooler than I thought.
I see what
It just keeps getting better. It's a play that keeps
Yeah.
on paying. Okay, so major freedom and a major passion downgraded to a median gets me this dream, which heals 2, which hits catharsis and gains a bright idea.
And now for the trick.
Yes, so that was a symbol match. It was a eyeball with an eyeball here. Well, first of all, I'll hit the grief layer. So that is 2 points and an elevation. Back in the lead, up to 7. Elevation, right there. And then because it's a symbol match, I get a heart-shaped box. Bada bing.
But you
then-
also
Symbol match triggers that, which gives me a major of any type. So it's going to be a major growth. And that gives me just enough for this dream. Major growth, median growth, 3 hearts, fully heals him, and activates or moves Freud. So that will give me 10 points. Up to 17. And then Freud can move up to 3 spaces. So let's see what I can do with Freud. Not a whole lot. I've just been stacking theater tags. So actually, I'll put this down
it
here.
shows, actually.
What's that?
It actually shows you have been stacking the
Yeah.
red.
Indeed. So I think I'll just go here, activate for 2, and I think I will grab just 2 minor passion, keeping the passion alive. All right,
Just a little bit.
I
though.
will. That's right. I will draft a client and pass the turn.
So just to interrupt for a sec, you can effectively heal a client in as little as 2 turns if you have the right client and cards. It's somewhat unusual that we've taken so long to actually heal our first client ever, but I guess this is a teaching game, so all things work.
Yep. All right. So I could heal somebody. Ish, but I need to. So I was thinking I could do this. That gets me a bright idea, which will then give me 2 bright ideas. But and then one purple and that. Let's see. I might be able to do both here as well. Because that's that and that one. And then that's going to get me a purple that I can then upgrade with the coffee. And then I have both the other miners. So yeah, I'm also going to heal my clients. Because I mean, I was thinking about I could, instead just recall, but calling, who does that, right? So
That's right.
I'm going to heal this one here. So that's going to get me spend that one and this one. And that takes care of that dream, which takes 2 down here, which gets rid of the. I'm now trying to think of it was like not grief, but it was it gets them cathartic. That's the catharsis. All right, and that's going to get me 3 points and a minor freedom. All right, and the symbol matched, so that's going to get me a heart box. And then I'm going to spend 2 coffee to bump this up to a medium freedom. And then I will spend the medium freedom, the minor passion, and the minor growth to heal the stream, which that's going to heal 2 and give me a card. Let's see, which of these do I like? I like this one. The question is, where do I like it? I don't think it really matters at the moment. So we'll just go with there. That's as good as any place. All right. And now I can then spin this heart box. Now, do I do that now or?
At the end of the turn, which would be now.
Yep. So yeah, I will spin that to then fully heal this gentleman right here.
Which gets you 10 points.
And I then get to take a new client.
Yep. So as for the effects, the new one essentially does the following. Whenever you go and do a city action, or even when you actually trigger tags, like for instance, like so, you will get not only an extra activation, but you'll also get an extra gear. Meaning, if you do get this effect, it's as if all city locations had 6 gears. You could do up to 6 activations in a single spot.
That's interesting.
And she's quite cheap.
Yeah, and I was gonna go with that one because she was cheap. Because I might be looking at getting the one where you the race for 3 commons.
Yeah, this one.
Yep. All right.
So, both, but all of you are competing for that. I'm not, but that's me. That's me. But I would say that if I was playing a regular game, everyone would be competing for that specific tile. Essentially, those 3 tiles I showed earlier are more or less the result of us actually working towards the same objectives. Us trying to get the ongoing benefits that we'll rely on the second half of the game.
All right. And yeah, that is everything, right? I believe so. So yeah, did both of those, got that, Yep.
Hmm. So Dale has a couple of cards. I don't think they would be dangerous because I can heal both of my clients now, but it's not exactly the best move I could do. It's a bit messy. I could get a technique, and doing so enables me to do, well, to claim a tile essentially. And I would say that would be probably the best thing I could do, even though I still haven't healed a client, and even though I at most can only get one technique. Or to be more precise, I can only fill one space. The other two spaces are locked until I manage to actually heal one of my clients. I could always replace one of the techniques I had with one I pick. I just don't think it's a good use of my time or resources. So, as bad or inefficient as it is, I am going to do just that. I'm going to go here and tentatively I'm going to go on this side because I might value this spot here a bit. We'll see. I'm going to spend the 2 coffee I have and get this tile. It gets me an elevation and a transfer. So that's actually pretty good because I will use the transfer to transfer the major over to the freedom side. And as for the elevation, I can always elevate this because I will need it later on. So that's surprisingly fruitful. I do unlock this insight, but I also managed to complete 2 columns, which entitled me to the location gold tile, which gets me an extra reputation point. Freud's tracker and my tracker move. That means Freud, the meeple, moves twice. Okay, I do have to refill the market and move my inkpot to spaces, which will allow me to trigger all of this, which unfortunately means I actually don't have enough coffee to trigger this. It's a bit of a shame, but it is what it is. Okay, interesting. Oh, okay.
By the way, does anybody know the definition of a Freudian slip? If you don't, it's when you say one thing and mean your mother. That's a little Freudian humor on the side here.
Hmm. Well, that's not what your mother was saying last night, Trebek.
Nice.
Okay, so I'm not. I currently don't need any hard boxes. They are useful to have. I just don't have any specific use for them, and I can't do this. So in effect, I did this, this, and this. So that's my turn. Not the most efficient, but it did get me a tile before any of you would. So that's a plus.
All of you healing out there, healing one client at a time. When I'm able to help many, because I will heal both of my clients this round.
Hey.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. So I am going to heal and treat my clients. So I'm going to spend 2 coffee to elevate this and 2 more to slide this over.
Mm-hmm.
So step 1, we will heal this stream.
Okay.
For that, and 1 other any,
Mm-hmm.
which is 3 there, which heals him completely.
Yeah.
Now, where do we put him? Just
Yeah, to the side, either on top or below the
okay.
playboard. You will also get to either publish a book or a bright idea. In this case, you don't have any played newspaper cards, so bright idea.
Yeah. Bright idea. Now on over here.
I will add you the 10 points you just gained. So
thank you.
From 5 to 15.
And then I have enough for this one, which is that, that, and that. Clears that for that, and 10 more.
Yeah, which
And
I'll mark 15 to 25.
And then I get to, I get to activate
It's a wild tag activation, meaning if you were to do the coffee shop, you would get free activations. If you were to do the art gallery, you would also get free activation. And you could also use the bright idea you just gained to get an extra 2 power. My advice would be for you to start getting insights. Or coffee. Coffee is good.
Yeah, I think I need the coffee for what I'm thinking about next round. So I will gain 3 coffee out of that. And then I got to do a lot of client drafting.
Yeah. So let's do them one by one. Again, because it's atomic. This one essentially allows you to do a special thing. Instead of doing an elevation, you can get 2 minors of any type, either different or the same. And you can do that at any time you would do an elevation. So instead of doing an elevation, you'd get the other 2. It can be a really powerful effect because it essentially allows you to generate insights much faster and freely.
Okay.
The other effect, as I've stated, is instead of publishing a treatise, you would draw and play a newspaper card.
So I am going to take this one first.
Okay. Let's first draft the dreams. She will start out at 6 hearts, so you will get a point, which I'll mark 25 to 26.
Right, that's a line. Oh, none of these dreams up here have any symbols.
It happens.
Hmm.
You can always take your chance with the top of the deck, but I mean,
Now, I mean, there's at least a non-zero chance of it happening. If you go through the entire deck of dreams, do you then just shuffle what's remaining?
yeah, essentially the dreams get reshuffled. I'd argue that if it's not on the rulebook, it's something relatively obvious because dreams essentially get reshuffled.
We'll take this guy.
Quite a big amount of dreams. I'm actually surprised. So we should, and we actually ran out of routine clients again. Surprising to an extent. I will have to double check. I'm not sure. I don't think we actually refill from the case study deck, so no longer will any routine clients appear, but I will double check. This effect, by the way, is whenever you, so it's a free action. You can suppress an insight to get a coffee. My advice is, seeing as you already have two routine clients and you're going for the third, getting more won't help you with this tile if you're trying to get it. So maybe now is a time to actually start going for the case study clients.
Yeah, I was looking at this one because I have 2 of the tags already, so it makes sense to take him.
Makes perfect sense. He is quite a lot tougher, but you will get 2 points. So from 26 to 28.
Okay, and he has a cloud. There is no clouds.
Oh, there is a cloud up there. Or no, that's water. It
Yeah,
just looks
that's.
like that from the zoom range I was at.
I'll take this one for that, I guess. And I believe that's it for me.
All right.
All right, push boot on.
Bhutan.
Boot off. All right. I'm faced with a tough decision, but I think it's got to be a certain way given my plan from the beginning. My plan was always to recall on the 4th turn after after I got my 4 purple tags. But then I was delayed when I decided to do the cool thing with the double heal. And now what I was pondering was taking one of the forbidden actions and upgrading some more insights and basically delaying my my recall for another 2 turns because I picked up another recall related to client, and I would love to be able to trigger her during my next recall. I think that's just too much of a delay, and it will, if I wait till my, what is this, 5th? I wait until turn 7 for my first recall, there's no way I can get into all 3 districts. So here we go, time to recall, no more delays. 2 locations gives me 2 coffee. And then, I've never done this before in any of my playtests, I'm actually on my very first recall going to claim a district track bonus.
Hey,
So there we go. I have 4 Opera House tags.
Nicely
No
done.
reputation, sadly. Thank you. Gets me a heart box and 2 moves of the ink pot. And I'm actually pondering, this is not an insight here. I'm pondering spending some bright ideas to move further. Because this would just give me another bright idea, whereas if I spent 2, I could activate reputation track. Give me some more coffee. Unfortunately, Freud hasn't pushed out here yet. So, but I could play a newspaper. So I'm gonna do that. And 2 bright ideas. Move 2 more spaces. Get 1 point. 2 coffee. And play another newspaper. Time just for tags. No immediate bonus. And My recall is done.
All right. I also am recalling. Nothing too exciting here, but that is going to get me what, 2 coffees. And unfortunately, I was only able to get to 2 red tags. I was wanting to get at least to a third one there, but it didn't happen. So I'm just gonna have to settle for the reputation.
That's pretty.
And yeah. And I think let's see. I could get one more coffee, but I feel like getting in and filling in my column is important here. So
Can't
thing
get that
is-
location though.
oh, I
That's
can't, yeah, because
yours
that's not,
or
yeah,
Freud's.
mine. Yeah, that's right. I was there, but I'm not there now. Let's see. Then in that case, Freud's is pretty much the same problem, which is, I mean, I could do 2, and what are my 2 there? It's basically,
Okay, so not to be annoying,
but
this effect will only allow you to trigger unlocked
2.
columns.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, it's yeah. Oh, yep.
so
Yeah.
we it is a bit annoying, I will agree, but it does involve a bit of planning.
Yep. So, yep. No, I was kind of like, it's like, I guess maybe I'll do that one, but nope. You know, I'm actually more than happy just taking the level 3 passion instead, because that's kind of more useful to me anyway for that. So, because yeah, you don't have to do from top to bottom here, correct? You can just
Oh,
do
no,
any of
no.
them.
Yeah,
Okay.
you
Yep.
you will get a reputation point, so you are brown.
Yep.
So Freud will actually move once. Do note that from this point onwards, reputation track bonuses do start counting from here.
Yep.
So you can get either a technique tile or playing 2 newspapers.
All right. So I also get 2 bright ideas because I did a recall
Correct.
action here.
Correct.
That was other part of the reason why I healed last turn, because like, well, I might as well get those bright ideas. Otherwise, I'm just leaving them on the table.
Mhm.
And yeah, I think that's it then. So yeah, I got the bonus. So I got my pump here. And I got my that. So yep, that should be it.
Thank you. So I've been skimming through the rulebook. If what happens when the dreams or the cards do run out, it's either well hidden or not there at all. But I would argue it's sort of obvious that the cards would get reshuffled. I will say it's probably has happened very rarely in our playtests that we would exhaust a deck. So, well done. Has never happened before.
Leave it to us.
Yep.
Okay. I believe I have enough resources to actually heal everything. Let me just double check. So, this one I have. This one I have. I have and I have not. I do think I need to use this to get something. And if that is the case, I need. So I would get this, I would get this. I would downgrade something to upgrade. Okay, I think that's how I was planning it. So let's do this one first. So major freedom, median growth, 2 hearts, and a column activation, which has to be this one because it's the only one I have. So as for that, I'm going to get a minor freedom, which I'm going to get into median freedom, and I'm gonna. So I could risk it. I could use the median to draw and play a newspaper card, but that might risk not having the stuff I need. So what I'm going to do is instead this. I'm going to suppress something I'm not currently using, this growth, for instance. I will elevate this and actually get a growth back. And that will allow me to actually heal that specific dream. So this and this gets 4 hearts, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll get 1 point, so from 3 to 4. But I do also get Frigga Catharsis, which removes the grief layer, which gets me a major growth, and 4 points. So from 4 to 8. And also, I do manage to heal this fully, so an extra 10. So 8 to 18. So I'm catching up slowly but surely. Now, drafting. Well, I'm committed. Even though I haven't been planning for this guy, he is cheap. So that's literally the reason. What's the manifest? Latent? No specific icon. I'm gonna get this one, but I'm not really set up for it, unfortunately. As for the effect, by the way, so the effect of the guy I just picked will essentially count 3 points for every one of my insights not on the player board, meaning they would be either on treatises I publish or here on the city on district bonuses. The other guy that just came will essentially score 3 points for every healed client. So that is my turn. You can play.
Oh, I've been kicking around a lot of ideas, and I'm not sure which is the best one, unfortunately. So let me think a little more.
Sure.
Now, one question here. So the bottom action here for moving Freud himself,
Yeah.
you move him and then you take an action in Freud's location.
Yeah, the logic is the same as if you were moving your own meeple. The main difference is that with Freud, you can move up to 3 spaces.
Yep.
But also, Freud is common to walls. So just because you move Freud doesn't mean other people can't move Freud in their own turns. So there's a bit of a risk-reward thing going on, in which you can move Freud farther, but at the same time, other people can rely on Freud as well. And sometimes you just want to move Freud, not just because of the city, but because of the inkbox.
Yep.
All right, so I think what I'm going to do, so I'm going to go here with my bright idea also, so I can get 2 newspapers. Make sure that's right. Yeah. So I'm going to do that. And then I draw one, see if I want to switch it. Then I draw the second one, see if I want to switch it, correct?
Correct.
And
it doesn't have to be, it could be any card in your hand that you switch.
Okay. So I'm going to switch this one for this one.
Mm-hmm.
And repeat. And I'm going to keep that one. And then I move my ink pot 4, but because of my client, I can move it 5. For 5, unlocks another one of these, and then I run my row. So we're going to start by taking these 2. We're going to turn this one in to make one of these and get a coffee. Get one of these. We get to elevate twice. So I'll get another one of those. Now the free actions on the clients that you get, I can use that in interruption of in between any of these, like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can effectively move minus at any point. This one does have a specific activation when you actually move the ink pot. This one, whenever you get elevations. So while they do have specific timings, but they are relatively obvious, I would say.
All right. So I'm going to use his, where I can shift this around to here. And I'm going to elevate that twice. Yep. I think I did all of those correctly. Oh, wait, I have one elevation left at the very end. I'll move that to there. Okay, now I'm good.
All right. All set?
I'm all set. Oh, push the button.
Push button. Okay. I'm going to go get some techniques because I'm realizing my strategy will need a lot of unlocked insights. I have
Only one.
not only do I do 2 more unlocked for the recalls, but I believe I have, I guess, just one latent dream that wants to publish a treatise. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm going here. I'm going to spend 1 coffee and grab, or was it? I think it was here I was going to go. It was because I want to try and get both of these up top. So flip and go here. 2 coffee. I already spent 1. There's my second. I will go here first. I get an elevation and a transference. So I will go elevate, transfer. Good. Flip. Refill. And then I want this one. Activating the library. Ah, my tags are theater. Oh, I have 1 library tag. So that's
So you will actually activate twice.
Yeah, 1 for free and then 1 extra. And at the library, which is up here, I can gain coffee or miners, or I definitely don't want to trade away that median, or I don't have the median yet, so go miner. And oh, I didn't spend my coffee for this. And I want a coffee back. If anything, I should just get 2 coffee. I do want a coffee back, but 1's enough. Okay, flip. Refill. 2 ink pots. 1, 2. Unlocks my second idea. And triggers this whole row.
You know, who needs to unlock ideas either? You know, that's an overrated function of the game.
For sure. All right, I get a minor growth. I get a median growth, and then I will trade that in right away to draw a newspaper. And ooh, I like that one. But the one I play will be for 3 coffee. Okay, so that's this, this, and this. Now I spend 1 coffee and get a median growth and another minor growth. All right, ink pot complete. Turn. Complete.
All right. Well, I mean, I pretty much telegraphed earlier, but I'm moving Mr. Freud here, and I'm going to do that twice. So his first stop is going to be at Party Town. All right, and that's going to get me 4 activations there.
Yeah.
Yep, 4. All right. So let's see. I am needing it to get at least 2 of these here because I need some purples here for doing some healing. And I can then do 2 elevations or get more purples. Let's see. I need to also get greens. I'm gonna get that. So three purples and an elevation. Yeah, that works. All right, and then he's going to come over here and join me at what is this, the museum? Or no, that's
Museum or university. Let me
university.
check
Yeah,
the actual, because there is a glossary of the different locations.
yeah. I mean, it's not going to change the action, but yeah, it's kind of
Yeah.
I'm kind of interested which one's which. All right, but yeah, so I've got 2 of those icons.
It's the university.
Okay. And then the other one's the library. All right. So I got 4 activations here. Yep.
How so?
Yep.
Mm,
And I'm there and Freud's there.
Okay, so you're there, Freud's there. That gives you 2 activations.
And then my
And
guy here has 2 icons.
the thing is, you either use the people that are in the spot or you use all of your tags.
Ah, okay. I thought it was all right.
I will
So
remember you. Okay, but I was
Yep.
gonna say because I did look into this, you still haven't unlocked her. So
Yep.
if you had unlocked her, you would get an extra activation
Yep.
anywhere. So yeah, you can still get stuff. You just have to spend bright ideas.
Yeah, which I'm still 2 is still more than sufficient for what I was needing anyway.
Okay.
So yeah, so I just need 1 here because I'm then going to spend that, and then is that what I want? Is that so I need to get, well, let's do the 2 bumps because I think that's all I needed. And then yeah, because I only need a level 1 over there. Yeah, and I think because I could spend a great idea, but I don't know if I want to spend them here because I kind of have other plans for them. So I think that'll be good for that then. Yeah, and then my ink blot movements, that's going to be 4, and I am going to spend a great idea here to make that 5. Which, hey, I can unlock columns too now, I guess.
Hey, good.
All right. And then I get to run my row here. So I get a red, I spend a red, get 2 coffee. I then get a, yeah, I guess a bump down and then get a red and a bump up. Oh yeah, that's probably why I should have actually spent the great ideas and got more reds because I've might as well have gotten my future ones. I forgot about the one down on the bottom there. Well. All right. And then I can take a bump down. Yeah, I might as well take a bump down here and get a medium. And then I get 1 bump up. And let's take a bump up there. Yeah, is that what I want? Yeah, that should be fine. All right. And I believe that's it. Nothing else combos. So yep.
Okay, my turn. Well, I will say something. You kind of did exactly what I wanted to do with moving Freud. You just didn't do what I was going to do. So my plan, which in a way still holds up, is to get newspaper cards, and I can still, and I believe I can still get them. 1, 2, 3. If I do this, trigger this, I would actually get another newspaper card, play it. So, as surprising as it sounds, I'm going to do exactly the same. Just thinking whether or not it's worthwhile to go all in on moving or not, to actually draw and play a newspaper card. I think the newspaper card will probably be better, but I will see. So, first things first, Freud will move to here, which means I only have 1 activation, unfortunately, but it is what it is. I could move to the library, but the library doesn't have what I need. So I'm going to convert this into a newspaper card, which I'm going to tentatively exchange. Okay. And now I move Freud over to the big party at the opera, and essentially do get a minor, convert a minor into a newspaper card 2 times. So instead of going here, only getting 2, I actually managed to get 3 just out of clever positioning.
Rule question: is there a limit to how many cards you can have in your hand?
Limit. You could have all the. You could literally have all the deck. In fact, John Guthrie here actually managed to play 11 cards in a row.
I thought it was 13.
Yeah, 13. 13
Yeah.
cards in a row due to one of the module, the scholarly module, that gives a lot of benefits regarding playing cards. So imagine a guy, 13 cards in hand, plays most of them
In
all
one
in
shot.
That's impressive.
It is.
Didn't
Okay.
win the game, but it was really cool and fun.
It's a moral victory.
Hey, you know what?
But yes, that is exactly what it is.
Sometimes maybe all you want to do is just go and drive your ship into the middle of the area and do a death blossom, just blow up as many ships as you can. I mean, you might not win the game, but you know what? You won in your heart.
Yeah.
And I have the weirdest assortment of cards ever. And I mean, it is really, 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 really bad. But it is what I've been given. So, yeah. I'm going to move the inkpot 3 spaces. 1, 2, 3, unlocking my second idea. So we're all in the running for the unlocking of the third, which, well, we'll see how it goes.
Oh, I'm not in the run for that one.
I mean, depends. If you had tons of bright ideas, you could. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. 1, 2, 3. I mean, if you got an extra bright idea, you could. So,
I
game
could.
will open. We'll see, because all it takes is for one of them to snipe it. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to do a calm activation. It could be this or this. In theory, I think I'm going to do this. So once again, the usual opener, in which I get a minor freedom, turn it into a median, and convert the median into draw and play a card. So draw. Really? It's been a really weird amount of cards I've been given. That's the weirdest thing I've been. Let's play. Do I want to play this? I don't mind. It's okay. Median growth. I will use it eventually. And finally, I do have this one, which I'm actually going to use. So I'm going to suppress this to actually elevate this and get that minor. So at the very least, I could get this one running. And ironically, would I do the other one? I mean, if I had an elevation, which it's a catch-22 sort of thing. If I do this, I don't have enough for the other. Shoot. It is what it is.
So to claim that card, you only need to unlock the third, right? You don't
Yeah.
have to cure them.
No, literally, this one right here is just unlocking ideas. This one, however, you do have to heal them.
Yep.
So you actually have to have them here on your player board.
All right, so I can't get that. So I think I'm going to stick with my original plan then. So before I start anything, I'm going to spend 3 coffee for a bright idea. Then I'm going to come here with these 2. Because if I start here, now the Opera House, on a quick look, that token, it looks like a wizard to me.
Want to say something? You have already played this
Oh,
action,
yeah.
so
I
you
can't
are
do that.
not able to do that specific one. You can get either this or this if you have the resources. This one, you don't have enough coffee, so you will be either limited to this or some other thing.
I forgot about the.
Maybe it's a good time to recall. Who knows? I mean, could be. Although benefits wise, not the best.
Yeah, I think I might have to recall. Yeah.
Okay, so first things first, you are going to get free coffee. You will have a flow, so maybe you should spend 2 or even 3 coffee into a reaction of sorts. You can always
Yeah.
get a idea for free coffee.
So I'm going to spend 2 to elevate this here.
That's perfectly fine. And you will get 3, so you go up to 6.
So that'll set me up for other stuff next round.
Okay.
Ah.
Both you and Freud are here. So, and you, I don't think, have enough of the purple tags to actually claim district bonus. So you have to settle for this or this.
I'll take the major purple. Yeah, I'll take the major purple. Oh, excuse me. I believe that's it, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think I got about one more round or so in me as it's starting to get late.
Fair enough.
Sounds good. I'm glad that you didn't cheat. No, I can't go there. I would be cheating.
Rules.
Right? Because both of these would be great. Well, the bottom one not so much. But I would probably use a bright idea to get 3 coffee back, and then the top one I still have those 4 tags. So that's okay. I have 3 coffee, and I get my coffee back from the theater. I do have 2 tags. One doesn't give coffee. Okay. I'm going here. I will spend with 2 ideas, spend 1 coffee. And I'll just grab this one. What's underneath? That's actually pretty good. I will spend another coffee. Grab that one. Unlock another insight. Now 2 on the ink pot. shoot. Can I? Well, that works. Okay, that works. All right, 2 on the ink pot. I get a minor passion. I'm going to suppress this freedom to get a median freedom. This one. Then I'm going to use that suppressed freedom that's now a minor, turn that into a major. And then I'll get a median passion. And finally, I will elevate that to a major. So I'm looking at major, median, major, and that other one will come from the client. All good.
Oh, so I mean, I am tempted to go and snipe that 3 columns unlocked. But I mean, I would be basically doing an action though that I really don't. I mean, I'd have to be doing Freud again. There's no really good things that's going to really.
So you can't do Freud again.
And I
because-
can't do Freud again. Yep.
Yeah.
And then I'll be doing one of these, and I don't really want to do either of those. So I'm just going to stick to the original plan, and healing some peoples.
Hmm.
All right. So I'm going to do a few things here. So I'm spending 2 coffee to shift this over here. And then I'm going to spend that. And then a top level freedom to cure this one, which gets me 3 points. And removes that. And that gets me 2 more points and a coffee. All right, so that's 5 points total. Did anyone move mine or?
No.
All right, I'll go ahead. I got 5 points there. All right, and so I got those bonuses, and then I spend a top level fire and a medium level freedom. Oh, I also should probably have moved that down too, because that's kind of the whole point of doing that. For that tree,
Disconnected. Hopefully, just me.
it looks like it's just you.
Nope. Nope, I just got disconnected.
Nope, it was me as well.
Oh, I'm
Save,
still connected.
save the thing.
Yeah.
All right, well, it's saved. I'm still here though.
I will try connecting back to you. Although you're not coming up on the browser.
It is
And-
true. I'll reload sometimes. Glitch.
Yeah, maybe I also can reload too. I did just save it, so we're good there at least. And I'll just go and remake the room here.
Quite a lot of technical difficulties this game.
Yeah.
The mod itself, we've actually worked on it this past week. We've fixed a lot of lingering bugs, and it is in a okay state. So
Yeah, the mod seems pretty stable. It seems just
Yeah.
our back end right now.
either Steam probably or internet connections.
Yep. All right. I recreated the room and loading the game. Again, I'm going to blame Comcast because they were literally outside my place earlier today. So
They knew you'd be streaming. They're targeting you.
it must be a vendetta from decades ago when I was working in as an for an ISP. So
Right.
I don't see it yet.
they're in.
It's currently.
There you guys are for the browser.
Let me try it this way. I just reload tabletop. Sometimes it gets stuck.
Yeah, sometimes.
All right. Well, I was in the middle of my turn, so I don't think you hopping in here, Evan, will.
It won't affect anything.
Yeah. So let me just go ahead and at least finish up where I was at while I still got that mentally in my head what I was doing. All right. So now I get to activate an unlock column, which hey, I finally managed to do that. All right. So yeah, I will then spend 1 coffee to not do the bump down. And we'll then draw a paper. Hey, I can draw cards too. Let's see. And then that gets me a coffee. And then I will spend the coffee to avoid the bump down to get 2 coffee. And that's it for that action. That drops him all the way down, which heals him.
Mm-hmm. So 8 points.
Yep, 8 points there.
So from 19 over to 27.
And yep.
And you do have a choice of irons, which again, I will argue these ones are the better choice given the. So we kind of are in the mid game of the game.
Yep. Yeah, it kind of feels now we're at that point where all right, you've gotten at least a lot of your plan or your rotation and now you need to like push it.
Essentially, the easy tiles are just a stone's throw away from getting, and the harder ones are within grasp.
Oh, I did forget one thing. The dream matched the so I got a heart box. Unfortunately, it doesn't get me like allow me to complete that one, which I really actually can. Is there another way to get heart boxes, like by spending coffee?
There is a way which you can use that combination of insights to get a heart-shaped box. Again, I will say the conversion is terrible, but if you do have those resources,
which unfortunately I don't. So
yeah.
Yep. No, I was kind of looking at because then I could definitely, secure myself the healing 3 miners first kind of thing. But nope.
I mean, the competition's still hot because all 3 of you are going for it, and yeah,
and
I'd say Evan is in direct competition with you. So.
All right. So the first dream card, it's gonna be 3. I already got my 1 point for getting up to 6.
So this is actually quite curious. We're relatively close. I mean, really close. We're both 2 people are sharing 28. Some of them are sharing 18. And might I add, these are rather odd scores for the stage in the game that we're in. We have been taking a long time healing our clients for whatever reason. So at this point in the game, we would probably be around the 40 to 50 mark. So I'm just saying the game has progressed slowly.
And games are variable.
Despite the fact that we've pretty much exhausted almost all of the routine clients, which is something we've rarely done. Whenever Doc, I could
Oh, yeah, I gotta turn the turns back on. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see, but yep, I am done at that point. I think it's going to give it to you when I do that.
Yeah, I'm the first player for some reason. Yeah. Okay. I do want to do a lot of stuff. I do want to try and heal these, but I'm in a bit of a quagmire. Words. The biggest issue I have is sort of a catch-22. I have the resources for one, but not the other, and I haven't been in a good place to generate stuff, even more so because I don't have coffee. That seems to be the biggest concern. What I'm going to do instead is not exactly. So I was trying to rack my head, see if I could get this tile over here. I could, but the only way I could do it is if I were to get 6 coffee, which I can't. At the very most, I can get 5. Essentially, I would move right over to the coffee shop, get coffee, and then move to the library and get another 3 for a total of 5, which is not enough. So I'm going to try my luck with publishing. Even though that directly doesn't give me coffee, it will move me enough such that I might get some luck here, and at the very least I can try and upgrade some stuff I actually need, which would allow me to then do something else. Let's do that. 2 ideas over here. And first things first, play 2 cards. The cards I'm going to play if I do that, I don't want to play that. Shoot. So the thing I said about wanting to play cards with tags is haunting me a bit. Because I want to play this card, or to be precise, I don't want to play that card because I won't be able to use the effect to its fullest potential. Or maybe, no, I'm overreacting a bit, just a bit. I do want that card, so I'm going to generate a median freedom, and I'm going to elevate 3 times. So one of them can be this median into a major, the other one this, and the other one the minor to a median. Why not? Elevations are always good. I move my import 3 spaces, so yeah, there's no good way for me to actually get here, claim the other one. No chance. Get a minor passion, downgrade something to upgrade, and get a minor freedom, which I'm going to downgrade this to upgrade the. I'm actually generating what? I'm going to generate this and upgrade this. I'm gonna actually upgrade this that I just got because I can use it as the field to draw and play a newspaper card, which hopefully will get me something good. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm just disappointed. I'm gonna play this, which I already had. It's one of the cards I had, but the other one is similar. It's the library one. So yeah, I do manage to generate that. However, second action is actually publishing a book. Weirdly enough, I'm going to publish books this game. It's not a thing I usually do, but I mean, this game has been full of things I don't usually do. So yeah, the book I'm actually going to do is this because there haven't been any red tomes, any red volumes. So yeah, for whatever reason.
What? Yeah, there has.
I mean, I haven't drawn them, so.
Oh well, I mean, yeah, that's because I drew.
Oh yeah, because you drew. Yeah, you did. I didn't.
Yeah, there's plenty of red books.
Yeah, you drew them all. Okay, but seriously, I have not yet seen a red one. So I'm gonna get this over here and get 10 points from 18 to 28. Amazing. Wait, 8. Okay. Oh, oh no. I messed up a thing. Would it mess up the everything else? I don't think so. So, sorry, it's late, I guess, for everyone.
Yeah. Well, I think we're probably gonna make this the last round anyway. So
Probably. Just noticed I did the inkpot movement before finishing the actual action. I don't think it would have changed the cards I would have played because I already had them in play. But do bear in mind I did play a card that I shouldn't probably have played. That being said, this is now done. Next round, if we actually reach that, I would get both clients and actually publish a second book, which would entitle me to this tile right here. So let's see if we can get that. If we don't, well, you know what I'm going to do.
I'm trying to see if I can complete two things in once. And the question is, do I have enough coffee or can I generate enough coffee to do this?
6 isn't enough.
It might not be.
Oh, wow.
all right. So what are you thinking here then, Evan? What's
That
this
I need
giant coffee move?
my initial plan might not work, but we can always go to plan B. Let's see. All right, where's Freud right now? He's over here.
Yeah, the Opera House has an amazing party.
Yeah, it's just been a rager that's been going on all week.
All week, yeah. All year.
And getting late now. This is either move to or move to Freud.
Yeah.
Right.
Move up
I'm
to,
at,
or move to Freud.
which I'm at Freud, so it would be moving to, which would move
Up
me there,
to.
which
Up to 2, yeah.
actually I could do it this way. This will work. Okay. So I'm going to spend 3 for a great idea, just so I have it here. So I'm not sure if my math is working currently, but so we're going to go here. I'm going to move up to 2, which I'm only going to move 1. And I'm going to use that. I would get 1 activation, but I have 2 tags, so that gets me 3 then.
2. You either use the tags or the meeples that are in the location.
Excluding yourself?
No, so you either use the meeples that are there, including yourself, or the tags. It's
Oh, then,
one
yeah.
or the other.
Okay, so 1 or 2. So I'll.
And you can always use bright ideas to help in that regard.
This actually doesn't make sense for me to do it this way. Hang on, let's reverse this. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Well, looking ahead here, I think I know what Dale's doing. And if he doesn't do it, though, then I'm doing it.
You'll never guess. I'm on a top secret mission.
I see your heart boxes there, sir.
Oh,
Shh.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I was going to do the same, but I was going to do it by getting a heart box from the coffee shop.
So I can move this back. Huh. Wow, nobody has red books out at all.
What, you don't have a bunch in your hand?
I do not. I don't think they exist.
All right, well, there's not that many. Like, I only have 1, in all honesty, because I only have 2 cards. So yeah, I only managed to get 1.
I will take a sneak peek into the deck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wow. Almost all of them are still there. That's ridiculous. mean, that's how it was shuffled. I think there are 12 for each type, so wow. That's really unlucky.
Yep. That sounds like me playing Magic the Gathering. It's like, oh, there's all my lands at the bottom. Or at the top. Take your pick.
All right. So the best move, I'm gonna I have to draw cards because I'm trying to find something. So 1.
Dig, dig, dig.
I have to keep that one. Oh, look, there they are.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it took 20-something cards to show up, but finally.
and with that, I move 4, which is 5.
Oh, well done.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Mm-hmm.
So that gets me that, which gets me the tile.
Nice.
So you get a reputation point, which means nothing happens in terms of Freud moving.
But it makes me feel better.
It as it should.
And
At
then
least you're ahead of
and then I get to run my row.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But at least I don't have to worry about anyone trying to snap that off.
All right.
Because it's always a good sign.
So that comes on. That comes off for 2 elevation. Well, actually, let me do these 2 first. This comes off for this to go here, and I get a coffee, but I will spend 2 coffee to make a 3 coffee total, so I can get a bright idea. I get that, but that comes off, so I get 2 elevations.
There are 3 of us all there sitting on 28.
This,
Yeah.
that move there because I can
Has
spin it
been a
around.
weird game.
Well, I had my choice of doing this, or I was gonna get 15 points, but I was like, I don't know. That's not really gonna serve me since we're not finishing the game. So me getting the card felt better.
Mm-hmm. Are you all set?
Yep, I ran the row, so I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well, someone had me had my plans pegged.
Yep.
It's gonna be a healing turn. And there is, for this one first, there's a major freedom, median growth, 2 hearts, bright idea, catharsis. Catharsis is, well, first of all, symbol match. So that's a heart box and a major, be a major freedom. Major coming from my client over here.
Oh, cool.
And then catharsis is 2 coffee and 5 points. Wow. Catching up. 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, and then that freedom fuels this one. Major freedom, major passion, 3 hearts, fully healed, so 10 points, up to 33. And I can publish a treatise from my dream. The treatise I always dreamed of. There it is. So I'm just gonna go. I'm not gonna. I thought about grabbing one of Ricardo's, but I'm citing that. It just wasn't that exciting for the sighting.
Mm.
But So here we go. I'm just going to grab this one. Because that only gets rid of one of my tags. And it's the one I don't really need anymore. And it gets me 2 green tags, which I very much need. Here's the insight. That's another 8 points. 41. And that concludes my healing. No, it does not. Well, it sort of does. Before I go shop for new clients, I'm going to spend all 3 of my heart boxes to finish healing her for another 8. 49, and that is 3 level 1 clients, or
Yeah.
what do they call it?
Routine.
Routine,
Oh.
that's it.
Is
And
that
does,
that's a reputation for you?
That is
Yes,
my first reputation.
So Freud's mark moves, but Freud stays where he is. And yeah,
And
with the sounds, we are kind of going towards endgame.
Yep.
And reason is, when Freud sort of reaches this threshold, game kind of speeds up fast because we pretty much have our engine set. We are healing clients at a consistent rate, so it won't take long to actually get these gold tiles or even get reputation points. I mean, all it takes for me would be to heal a new client, and then I could just place 2 techniques and I would get a reputation point.
And just I think are we ending this round? Is that my last turn?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so, because Evan's getting.
It's better. It is
Yeah.
midnight and a half, actually 20 to 1 at
Yep.
your side, so you don't even want to know how late it is for me.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
But just a little preview of my next action would be I was going to take a recall, and I now have enough green tags that I can recall in the green district using my client where I can recall anywhere. Plus, the other client that I just unlocked would let me place, in addition to recalling on the district track, I could place a a bonus as well. So I could do something like I could recall in green from where I am, and I could. So I think I have 4 green tags now.
You have
You have 7.
7. Oh wow! So
Yeah.
next turn, I would be going here. That gets me a reputation. I would be collecting this, which gets me another reputation. And if nobody else recalled in green first, I would be getting 3 reputation next turn. That would almost end it.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. Like
So that's it
we
for me.
said, it speeds up at the end. Although, I mean, he would probably win, but that's just because he rushed the end of the game.
Right.
Which, I mean, it's a perfectly valid way to play the game.
Yeah, that's definitely something you. If you're in the lead and you can rush the game, you often might want to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This has, however, been a rather slow game, even if by usual standards. We took our sweet time healing patients.
Yeah.
My apologies.
It took a little bit there, yeah. Well, so now my clever thing isn't going to be able to do anything since he took that. I can't get the 5, and I can't do that one. I can't beat any of that one or that one. So, I'm just going to do what I would, I guess, do if it was a longer term game. I don't know. It's kind of I don't think I'm going to be able to make up that many points here, because I could heal. Well, I mean, I could do that. That's not going to remove that though. That would then, I would then be like, ooh,
Yeah, if
one
I would have
short.
if I would have thought it through a little bit harder on the last turn of moving around, I could have set myself up to potentially heal clear off the 2 catharsis on mine because I could have done that on next turn and set it up so that I could heal then again to clear them off completely on my board the turn after.
You are actually, it's not entirely bad news here. I guess if I did try to heal, I would be doing these 2 off. I would then have to spend 1 box. Yeah, you know what? That's what I'm just gonna do because you know what? That's at least points to a degree. So let's spend 2 coffee to move that there. I guess terrible use of coffee because I was originally my original plan for like going a little bit longer would have been to come here and just gotten all my resources from just grabbing here. But it's all right. So I then heal this dream, which gets me 3 points. And then that's going to drop this down 2. It matches, so it gets me a heart box. I then spin that heart box to then remove that, which gets me then another 6 points. So I get 9 points total.
Mm-hmm.
So it's 20, so 36. And yeah, so that's that. It doesn't do anything else other than just give me those. And then I am 1 short of being able to also heal her, which then would have gotten me like another like 11 points.
Did you include your
But
heart box?
was that?
Did you include your heart box? You have a heart
Yeah,
box.
I got a heart box and then I spent it to get him down the third
Okay.
one to get the
Oh,
yeah. But yeah. Like the main plan was I was actually going to go here to get 1 movement to then, you know, play cards. I was actually going to play the 2 out of my hand, get a bunch of resources, and then I was going to do mad healing next turn. Because then I was just going to have I was going to be flush with resources then.
Actually, the mad healing comes in the Nightmares expansion.
But yeah, I think that's then basically it for me there. But yeah,
And
that's my real move is I would have gone here and then yeah, I would have wound up playing both my cards out of my hand. 1 red card.
and I think we should probably leave the game for now, seeing as we've pretty much shown more or less in about 5 hours almost
Yeah.
what the game is all about.
Oh yeah, I agree. Thank you guys definitely for giving us a run through of the game, demonstration of the game. It was fantastic. I backed this game way back. We interviewed Johnny Pack sometime last year. I can't remember exactly, and talking through with this coming out and some of the other games that I was already on board with this one, and talking to him made me really excited to get involved with this to back it, and now getting a chance to actually play it. I'm very, very excited for it, so I can't wait for it to come. It was great to learn it from you guys. As you guys play this quite frequently, it was great to learn it from you guys, and we're glad that you guys could use this for people too down the road if they need to learn how and watch us slowly plod through a game. I mean, you got 5 hours to spend, why not?
Yeah.
Right?
It was a rather slow game, but then again, it was a teaching game. And if we don't have to explain our thought processes every time we do a move, it will go much, much faster. Just as a quick aside, we are in the Discord server for Fantasia Games, doing a pre-release tournament for Unconscious Mind. The submissions are live. Sign up is free, and the winners of the tournament will receive Flow pledges. Flow being the new game from PK Games, offshoot of Fantasia Games. Deadline is the 22nd of February. So if you find that you can play Unconscious Mind, do go to the Discord server, join the tournament, and just have fun. Okay, that was the shout out. So thank you for that.
Well, thanks. Yeah,
thanks,
like you know
guys.
what?
It's been fun.
Yeah. This has been a game that's been on my radar for a while. So I mean, it's I had missed out on the Kickstarter earlier, so I'm going to definitely pick this up though. It's got a lot of like the kind of intricacies that I like whenever I'm playing a game.
There will be retail versions eventually, but details I am not yet aware. So,
but thank you everybody for tuning in, watching our live stream, watching this on YouTube later down the road once this gets posted. As always, subscribe and like any of our videos. And until later, this is Tabletop Gaming Guild signing off. Have a good night.